Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Fairy Tale. Joining Blue Pegasus at the start. Part 1. Where is this? Why do I feel so dizzy? Ji Jin, waking up from the hospital bed, opened his eyes and looked around. It was a single patient room, with white walls featuring faint, water blue narcissus patterns, appearing elegant and comfortable. The window of the room was open, and through it, one could see a pink cherry blossom tree outside. As the breeze blew, a few small petals flew in from outside. On the bedside table sat a few bunches of white lilies in a vase, blooming brightly. Through the sunlight, one could still see the dew on the flowers. Clearly, someone had just placed them there. Ji Jin looked at everything before him, feeling a bit confused. I remember I was in the laboratory researching a new type of perfume, so how did I end up here? Could it be that I fainted from exhaustion and was sent to the hospital by a colleague? Ji Jin was the youngest perfume master of the 21st century. Relying on his extraordinary talent for perfume making, he had developed various popular perfumes. In the 21st century, countless ladies and wives of noble families took pride in owning Ji Jin's perfumes. Because the fragrance Ji Jin concocted did not just possess a pleasant scent. Its scent seemed able to penetrate the human heart, vividly displaying the most beautiful side of a person, which is why Ji Jin was called the youngest perfume master of the 21st century. Looking at everything before him, Ji Jin couldn't help but reach out and pinch his brow, as if that could alleviate some of the dizziness. What is going on? Is this my hand? Looking at the small, fair, and tender hand in front of him, Ji Jin couldn't help but cry out. You must know, in the 21st century, Ji Jin was already 30 years old, but the small hand in front of him looked to be at most 5 or 6 years old. My voice. After Ji Jin called out, he realized that the voice he had just made was not his original voice at all. The voice just now was childish and crisp. No matter how one listened to it, it was a voice only a child could make. What exactly is going on? How did I become like this? Could it be rejuvenation? Saying this, Ji Jin got off the hospital bed and walked to the window, looking at the reflection on the glass. Looking at the unfamiliar figure reflected in the glass, Ji Jin knew he had been reborn, and moreover, reborn into the body of a child he didn't know at all. The glass reflected a 5 or 6-year-old child who looked a bit dazed. He had messy, golden brown short hair and a face with red lips and white teeth that was chubby, making people want to take a bite out of it involuntarily. A small, blue and white patient gown was worn on this tiny person. If this were the 21st century, he would be a proper little Shota, and who knows how many female comrades would like him. This is simply not me. What is going on? I've completely become another person. Ji Jin touched his small face, staring blankly at himself in the glass. Dear, you're awake. Thank goodness, my baby, you're finally awake. Just as Ji Jin was staring blankly at the glass, the door opened, and a beautiful woman in her 20s walked in. She had long golden hair draped casually behind her head, and a few teardrops hung on her delicate face. It seemed that seeing the awakened Ji Jin made her shed tears with excitement. While Ji Jin was dazed, the beautiful woman walked over, knelt in front of him, and hugged him tightly. Hugged, Ji Jin came to his senses. Looking at the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but call out, Mom. Just as Ji Jin called out these two words, memories that did not belong to him suddenly flooded his mind. When Ji Jin realized what was happening, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the Ji Jin of the 21st century had died of sudden cardiac arrest due to excessive fatigue, and for some unknown reason, he had transmigrated into the body of this child named Deer Wandre Su. The original deer had been playing in the forest when he rolled down a hillside, fell into a coma, and hadn't woken up since. It wasn't until Ji Jin transmigrated over that he finally woke up. The blonde beauty in front of him was Deer's mother, named Michelle Wandre Su. Because she saw that Deer had finally woken up, she was so excited. Furthermore, through Deer's memories, he learned that the world Ji Jin was currently in was not Earth, but a world called Earthland, a world that possessed magic. Earthland, it seems have transmigrated into fairy tale. In the 21st century, besides making perfume, Ji Jin loved watching anime, and fairy tale was his favorite anime. The familiar name of the continent appeared in his mind. It was the world where Fairy Tale was located, Earthland. Since that's the case, I'll just have to make the best of it. Anyway, I was an orphan, and since heaven has given me this chance again, I should cherish it well. Ji Jin had grown up in an orphanage. After growing up, he hadn't deliberately sought out his parents, so he didn't know what maternal love was at all. But looking at this gentle woman holding him tightly, he felt a warmth in his heart. Is this maternal love? It feels pretty good. Alright, Mom, I'm fine, see, said Ji Jin. No, it should be Dear now. Dear used his small hand to gently pat Michelle's back, comforting her. Hearing Dear's words, Michelle raised her head, cupped Dear's small face in both hands, kissed him again and again, and then said, Baby, you scared Mom to death. Do you know that? You've been in a coma for a week. You know, after your father passed away, you became my life. If something happened to you, Mom wouldn't know what to do. In Dear's memory, his father was a mage in a guild. He was injured by a monster while on a mission and eventually passed away, leaving only the young Dear and his mother, Michelle. Promise me, baby, next time you go out to play, you must tell Mom. You can't run off into the forest by yourself like that again. Saying this, Michelle kissed Dear's forehead again. I promise you, Mom. I won't run around by myself anymore. Saying this, Dear blinked his big eyes, seemingly telling Michelle of his promise. My baby is the best. You've been lying in bed for a week. Are you hungry yet? How about this? After the doctor finishes the examination, if there's nothing wrong, we'll go home, and Mom will make something delicious for Dear. After saying this, Michelle stood up, helped Dear onto the hospital bed, walked out, and called the doctor over. Soon, the doctor walked over. Mrs. Michelle, Dear is fine now. He just needs to rest quietly at home for a few days. You can be discharged in a little while. After the doctor finished the examination, he said to Michelle. Okay, thank you, doctor. Sorry for the trouble. Listening to the conversation between the doctor and his mother, Michelle, Dear felt a bit strange, and he couldn't help but suddenly think. Am I starting a new life? Fairy tale, what an exciting world. Since this is a world with magic, I wonder what kind of magic I can obtain. It really makes one curious. However, Dear Wandre Su, this name is really familiar. I wonder where I've seen it before. Dear, Mom has already spoken with the doctor. Let's pack up our things and go home. Michelle sent the doctor off, walked back in, and said to Dear. Okay, Mom. Looking at Dear's rosy little face, Michelle happily packed up some miscellaneous items while saying to Dear. Oh, right, Dear. When we get home later, we need to notify your uncle. Before, when you were sick, Mom was helpless and thought that since your uncle is a mage, he might have a way, so I asked your uncle to rush back. Now that you're fine, we definitely have to tell your uncle to save him from making a wasted trip. But it's already been 2 days, your uncle should be arriving soon. Uncle. Dear was a bit confused. That's right, Uncle Ichia. Don't you remember? Your father's younger brother, Uncle Ichia. It's just that your uncle has always stayed at the Mage Guild and rarely comes home. Seeing the look of confusion on Dear's face, Michelle explained. Ichia Wandre Su. I finally know where I've heard this name. Hearing the familiar name Ichia, Dear remembered. In the fairy tale anime that Dear was familiar with, there was a very special character. Ichia Wandre Su, the strongest mage in the Mage Guild Blue Pegasus. However, thinking of Ichia's appearance, Dear couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately I look like Mom. If I looked like Ichia, I might as well have just stayed lying down back then. Thinking this, Dear couldn't help but shiver again. Just as Dear was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. It smells so good. What is this scent? I've never smelled this kind of fragrance before. It has a hint of rose scent, but it's not as intense as a rose. It seems to be mixed with other floral scents. After smelling it, it feels like the fatigue on my body has already been eliminated. Just as Dear was lost in the fragrance, a golden bright figure flew in from outside the window. To say it flew in wouldn't be accurate, because after this figure came in, it landed head first, with its legs straight up in the air, and its hands were holding some unknown pose. Men, my cute nephew, you're awake. I was worried to death about you. A magnetic voice rang in Deer's ears. If he hadn't seen the person in front of him and only heard this voice, Deer would definitely have thought this must be a very handsome guy. But seeing the man in front of him who was still posing even after falling, Deer only felt black lines continuously appearing on his head. Ichiya. Oh my, Ichiya, you're back. I was just telling Deer to write you a letter saying you didn't need to come back, but I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Looking at Ichiya before her, Michelle seemed to have grown accustomed to this, and spoke to him without any surprise. Of course, my beautiful sister-in-law Michelle. As soon as I received your letter and learned that Deer was injured, I rushed back immediately. But seeing that Deer is all right, I can rest easy. As he spoke, Ichiya swooshed to his feet, jumped onto Deer's bedside, and kept striking poses, pointing his finger at Deer. Ichiya, uncle, I'm very happy you could come back to see me. Looking at the short, slightly chubby man with brown hair and a lecherous appearance before him, Deer said with some hesitation. Men, my cute nephew. You're just as handsome as your uncle, but your body is a bit weak. After this, you really need to exercise properly. Besides, you're already 5 years old, your magic power should be awakening soon. When that happens, you can learn magic, which will be a perfect way to exercise. As he spoke, a light inexplicably emitted from Ichiya's body, surrounding him. Even within this light, Ichiya kept striking various poses. I noticed back when I watched the anime that Ichiya came with his own glowing special effects. I thought it was just for the sake of the anime, but I never expected it to actually be real in reality. Deer looked at Ichiya, who was surrounded by light, with some helplessness. Is it really possible, Uncle Ichiya? Can I learn magic now? He had originally intended to mock Ichiya's bizarre poses in his mind, but upon hearing Ichiya say he could learn magic, Deer excitedly asked him. Magic was the most miraculous thing in this world. He had previously been wondering if he could learn magic, so he didn't expect to hear the news that he could from Ichiya. Moreover, Deer knew that although Ichiya looked unreliable, his strength was that of the strongest mage in Blue Pegasus. He wasn't much weaker than an S-class mage like Urza, though his behavior left something to be desired. One only had to look at the Grand Magic Games, where Ichiya defeated the S-class mages Bacchus Grow and Iika from Quattro Cerberus single-handedly, to know that his strength was not weak. Men, of course. Deer, when you were born, I could feel magic power surging within you, it was just always unstable. But after this incident, for some reason, the magic power inside you has become stable. This means you can learn magic, Deer. And relying on the vast magic power you've possessed since childhood, your aptitude is quite strong. As he spoke, Ichiya gave a thumbs up, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Really? That's wonderful. Deer cheered, raising both hands, and continued to ask Ichiya. Uncle Ichiya, then what is my magic? What kind of magic can I learn? He looked at Ichiya with an expectant face as he spoke. As for what magic to learn, you can wait until the time comes to make a good choice, Deer. You must know that a person's energy is limited, so most people only focus on one type of magic, the magic that is most suitable for themselves. Everyone is different, and the corresponding magic is also different. Even for the same type of magic, it will produce different effects in the hands of different people. In Blue Pegasus, there are all kinds of magic. Furthermore, in Master Bob's villa, there is a library that records various forms of magic. You can take a good look when the time comes. If you feel there isn't one that suits you, you can also learn my aroma magic. As he spoke, Ichiya took out a transparent glass test tube, inside which flowed a stream of pink gas. Uncorking the bottle, a pink magic circle suddenly appeared in Ichiya's hand, and as the magic circle lit up, the pink gas inside the glass test tube in Ichiya's hand began to permeate the entire hospital room, and a charming aroma spread out. This aroma was the same one Deer had smelled earlier. Aroma magic, fatigue elimination. This is my aroma magic. The pink aroma was personally concocted by me, using petals from crystal fragrance roses. It can eliminate fatigue and even some negative effects caused by magic. As he spoke, the magic circle in Ichiya's hand lit up again, and the aroma permeating the air began to gradually fade. Aroma magic has a very wide range of applications. you can choose different aromas according to different situations, but it does require preparing the aromas in advance, so that part is a bit troublesome. Moreover, my magic can also expand and diffuse the power of the aroma, causing an enhanced effect and range, men. As he spoke, Ichiya placed the test tube in his hand under his nose and sniffed it gently, seemingly immersed in the aroma from before. Smelling this fragrance again, Deer felt as if he suddenly had endless energy. The exhaustion from lying in the hospital bed for a week seemed to have completely disappeared. Aroma magic, it seems I really do have a connection with it. Looking at Ichiya, who was still striking poses by the bedside, Deer secretly made a decision in his heart. Dear Ichiya, have you finished chatting? I've already finished the discharge procedures. Let's go home together. While Deer was lost in thought, Michelle had taken advantage of the time Deer and Ichiya were chatting to handle the discharge procedures. Men, sister-in-law Michelle, we have finished chatting. Let's go. With that, Ichiya hopped down from the end of the bed and led Deer by the hand toward the door. Finally home. Welcome home, Deer. The carriage ride didn't last long before the group arrived home. Looking at the estate before them, Michelle said to Deer with a smile. Deer looked at the home before him. It was a medium-sized estate. Various kinds of flowers were planted within the estate. Perhaps because this was a world of magic, the myriad flowers before him were all in full, vibrant bloom. Deep within the sea of flowers, a three-story white villa came into view, appearing so dreamlike surrounded by the floral display. It seems this family isn't lacking for money. Looking at everything before him, Deer thought to himself. Walking into the house, seeing the grand yet cozy decor, one could feel that the owner of this home loved it very much. Mom, I want to talk to you about something. Sitting on the sofa, Deer looked at his mother and said. What is it, my baby? What do you want to say? Mom, I just talked to Uncle Ichiya. I want to learn magic and become a mage. As he spoke, Deer looked at Michelle with a determined expression. Hearing Deer's words, Michelle squinted and stared at Ichiya, who was sitting opposite. Seeing Michelle look over, Ichiya's expression became somewhat unnatural. He turned his head to look at the ceiling, not daring to meet Michelle's gaze. Dear, I know learning magic has always been your dream, but baby, you are only 5 years old now. Isn't it a bit too early? You have to know that learning magic is very hard work. Besides, you've just recovered, and now you want to leave Mom to learn magic. Mom can't bear to let you go. Furthermore, if you are out on your own with no one to take care of you, what will you do? Michelle looked at Deer and persuaded him gently. Mom, I know you're worried about me. I can go to the guild that Uncle Ichiya joined to learn magic, so Uncle Ichiya can take care of me. Besides, Blue Pegasus isn't far from home, so I can come back to see you often. Deer widened his eyes and looked at Michelle with teary eyes. Looking at Deer's expression, Michelle knew that Deer had made up his mind. Deer, you really are just like your father, the same passion for magic, the same persistence. Michelle sighed and looked at Deer, continuing. Mom can agree to this, but you must agree to a few conditions. Mom, go ahead, I'll agree to any number of conditions. With Michelle's consent, Deer was too happy to care about a few conditions. First, you must come home once every month. Second, until your strength is recognized by Uncle Ichiya, you are not allowed to take on jobs alone. Third, no matter what situation you encounter, you must ensure your own safety. As she spoke, Michelle's voice became choked with emotion. Mom, seeing Michelle starting to cry, Deer walked over, hugged her, and said, I promise you, Mom, I will definitely take good care of myself. Don't be sad, Mom. Sister-in-law Michelle, rest assured, I will take good care of Deer, men. Seeing the weeping Michelle, Ichiya promised. Since that's the case, Ichiya, I'll leave Deer in your care. Men. That night, Deer lay alone on his bed, his mind inevitably wandering. What is Blue Pegasus really like? I used to know Fairy Tail best from watching the anime, but I never expected that I would be joining Blue Pegasus now. But if I joined Fairy Tail, Mom definitely wouldn't agree. After all, with Uncle Ichiya at Blue Pegasus, there's someone to look after me. And aroma magic is truly a magic that suits me. As he thought about this, Deer suddenly recalled the way Ichiya had displayed aroma magic during the day. At Michelle's insistence, Deer and Ichia stayed at home for a few days before planning to set off for Blue Pegasus. Cerberona, the city where the Blue Pegasus Guild is located. In the Kingdom of Fury, it can be considered a bustling city. Looking at the Blue Pegasus emblem before him, Deer couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This is the Blue Pegasus Guild. What came into view was a white and blue three-story building, with a Blue Pegasus emblem printed above the main gate. Above the emblem, it was written, Blue Pegasus, Blue Pegasus. All right, Deer, let's go inside. With that, Ichia took Deer by the hand and walked into the guild. Senior, you've finally returned. Just as Deer and Ichia had stepped into the guild, three figures suddenly lunged toward Deer. Hibiki, Ivan, Ren, why can't you learn to be composed? Ichia struck a pose as he spoke, pointing his finger at the three boys in front of him who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. Yes, Master, we understand. Hearing Ichia's reprimand, the three immediately became serious. They just called him Senior a moment ago, why did they change it to Master now? Seeing the three of them, Deer couldn't help but think with a sense of helplessness. It looks like these are the three handsome members of the Tri-Men team in Blue Pegasus later on, though they really are just like they were in the anime. Master, who is the child you're holding hands with? Seeing Deer on the side, Ivan asked curiously. This is my nephew, Deer. He will be joining the guild from now on. Deer, why don't you greet everyone? Ichia turned his head and said to Deer. Hello everyone, my name is Deer Wandre Su. Please take care of me from now on. With that, Deer bowed to everyone. Oh, it seems our guild has gained another little handsome guy. I'm so happy, ho ho ho. Before anyone knew it, a short, chubby middle-aged man wearing a pink camisole appeared in front of Deer. The middle-aged man was bald, wearing a pink camisole and blue and pink striped shorts, with bright lipstick on his lips and a coquettish demeanor. Master Bob Garcia, since I don't know Master Bob's last name, I made one up. The Master of Blue Pegasus. He was a very handsome man when he was young. Although I don't know what he went through to become like this, he is undoubtedly a very good master. Looking at the man in front of him, Deer had no idea how he had appeared just now. As expected of the Master of Blue Pegasus, a friend who adventured with fairy tales Master Makarov Dreyar when they were young. Although I can't sense his magic power, there is no doubt that his strength is not much inferior to Makarov's. Looking at Master Bob, Deer thought to himself. Deer, this is Master Bob of our Blue Pegasus. Ichia walked behind Master Bob, pointing at him while continuously striking poses. Era, little Ichia is still so energetic. Master Bob rested his cheek on his hand and tilted his head with a smile. Little Ichia's nephew is just like you, a handsome guy. Hello Master Bob, it's a pleasure to meet you. Deer bowed to Master Bob. Ho ho ho, what a polite little fellow. Little Ichia already told me about your situation via magic crystal. So, Deer, welcome to Blue Pegasus. Master Bob smiled and opened his arms to welcome Deer. Deer, the motto of our Blue Pegasus is to soar in the sky freely like a Pegasus, a never-ending free adventure. I hope you can also adventure freely like a Pegasus in the future. Master Bob took out a stamp from somewhere unknown and said to Deer. Deer, this is our Blue Pegasus emblem. Where would you like it stamped? Deer thought for a moment, pointed to his right arm, and said, let's put it here, Master. Very well. Soon, a light blue Pegasus-shaped emblem was stamped on Deer's right arm. Blue Pegasus, this feeling is really not bad. Deer thought to himself while touching the emblem on his right arm. All right, everyone, to welcome Deer's arrival, we will hold a party tonight. Master Bob clapped his hands and announced loudly. Yeah, great. We can have a party again. Little Deer is so cute. Master Ichia's nephew looks really great. As soon as Master Bob finished speaking, the entire guild erupted in cheers. What a lively guild. Although I didn't go to Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus also makes one feel very warm. Looking at the cheering crowd, Deer couldn't help but smile. The day after the party, Ichia brought Deer to the library of Blue Pegasus, accompanied by Master Bob, because today was the day to decide on Deer's magic. Earthland is a world of magic, but not everyone can become a mage. The number of mages is actually very small. Only those who are born with the ability to sense magic power can practice magic and become a mage. Magic is divided into magic that naturally awakens due to strong inherent magic power, and magic that is mastered through learning and finding what suits oneself. Although Deer had strong magic power in his body since he was young, he had not awakened his own magic. Little Deer, this is the largest library in Blue Pegasus. It contains all kinds of magic, including some lost magic. But you must remember that magic is not about the greater the power, the better, the magic that suits you is the best. For the next few days, you can take a good look, follow your heart, and see what kind of magic suits you. Little Deer, everyone's path of magic is different. Once you make up your mind, you will continue on that path, because the path of magic is endless, and the purpose of the guild is to bring together a group of like-minded people to explore and adventure together. So, Little Deer, when you have determined the path that suits you best, do not regret it, and go adventure freely like a Pegasus. Looking at Deer, Master Bob spoke with a rare sense of intimacy and emotion. I understand, Master. Don't worry, Deer replied. In that case, little Ichia, you accompany Deer for these few days. When Deer has made up his mind, tell me then. All right, I'll be going now. The little ones in the guild won't do without me watching them. Ho 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 ho. With that, Master Bob's figure began to turn transparent, and finally disappeared completely. This, Uncle Ichia, what kind of magic did the master use? I couldn't feel any movement at all. Seeing Master Bob's disappearing figure, Deer asked Ichia curiously. Master Bob used reality illusion magic, a powerful magic that can convert people and objects between reality and illusion, and can even return objects to nothingness forever. Ichia said with a serious expression, striking a pose. Reality illusion magic. I didn't expect the master to be so strong. Deer couldn't help but exclaim. All right, Deer, let's go in. For the next few days, you must think carefully about what kind of magic you will use in the future. With that, Ichia took Deer's small hand and walked into the library. This was a library that looked very ordinary, but unlike the small house seen from the outside, the interior of the library clearly used space folding magic, making the interior space of the library much larger than it appeared from the outside. The library was neatly filled with various books on magic. So big, seeing the scene before him, Deer couldn't help but exclaim. Deer, take these wind reading glasses. Think carefully about what kind of magic suits you. I'll be waiting nearby. When you've decided, come and call me. With that, Ichia took out a pair of red-rimmed red glasses from his pocket. Wind-reading glasses. Magic is imbued into the glasses, allowing one to read at high speeds of 2 to 32 times the normal rate. Okay, thank you, Uncle. With that, Deer walked toward the bookshelves. Although I had thoughts about the magic I wanted to learn before, Uncle Ichia's aroma magic clearly has too many limitations. One must prepare the corresponding magic aromas in advance. If the pre-prepared magic aromas run out, I would truly be powerless. Therefore, the massive amount of magic knowledge before me will be an important cornerstone for me to find my own aroma magic. Standing in front of the bookshelf, Deer thought to himself. Plant magic, body enhancement magic, holder type gun magic, holder type ring magic, purple flame magic, wind magic. Soon, Deer was immersed in various types of magic. In the world of Earth-Land, magic is divided into two types. One is magic that can only be used by utilizing magic items in combination with one's own magic power, called holder type. The other is magic used by materializing one's own trained magic power, called caster type. The most iconic of the holder type is the celestial spirit magic used by the original work's female lead, Lucy. Using the golden keys of the zodiac, one summons celestial spirits to fight. The strength of the spirits grows with the master's magic power. It is a very powerful and rare magic. Among the caster type, the most representative ones include Dragon Slayer magic and Make magic, which use one's own magic to manifest various miraculous abilities. The strongest of the holder type magic, celestial spirit magic, requires the keys of the zodiac, and in the later stages, the keys of the zodiac are basically all with Lucy. Therefore, Deer's only choice is caster type magic, using his own magic to materialize his magic power. Earth-Land, what a truly magical world. Everything recorded in the books was full of mystery to Deer, and the various types of magic and magic-related records made him feel very curious. A few days later, Deer had roughly gone through all the relevant magic books on the first floor of the library. Although he hadn't learned magic, he had gained a certain understanding of its corresponding abilities. Deer intended to choose the magic properties that were useful to him, so he only browsed through them roughly without conducting in-depth research. By this time, several magic books were already piled up by Deer's feet. As expected, according to my vision, adding this magic property to aroma magic should be able to form my own unique aroma magic. Looking at the magic books piled at his feet, Deer thought to himself. Putting down the magic book in his hand, Deer bent down, picked up the few types of magic he had selected, and walked toward the door. Uncle Ichiya, I'm done reading, let's go back. Deer called out to Ichiya, who was sitting by the door. Oh, Deer, have you made your selection? Looking at you, it seems you have already determined your future path of magic, men. As he spoke, Ichiya leapt directly in front of Deer. Yes, I want to use Uncle's aroma magic as a foundation, integrate other magic properties, and create my own aroma magic. As he spoke, Deer shook the magic books in his hand. Men, Deer, you must know how small the probability of creating one's own magic is. Without extensive magic knowledge, it is simply impossible to create magic. Ichiya was clearly surprised by Deer's decision. I understand, Uncle Ichiya, but I believe I can definitely do it. Didn't the master say that all magic follows one's heart, and the magic born from the heart is the most suitable magic for oneself? And my decision to create my own aroma magic is my most true thought, so I believe I will definitely be able to create my own aroma magic. As he spoke, Deer looked at Ichiya with a determined face. Deer, since you have your own ideas, then Uncle supports you. I believe my cute nephew will definitely succeed. By then, Blue Pegasus will be filled with the charming fragrance of the two of us, men. As he spoke, Ichiya suddenly became high-spirited, constantly posing with his hands and feet. Seeing Ichiya's appearance, Deer only felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. In Blue Pegasus, in Master Bob's room, Ichiya and Deer were reporting the results to Master Bob. Ho ho ho, since Little Deer has this idea, then I also support you. After all, Little Deer is so cute, you will definitely succeed. As he spoke, Master Bob rubbed his chubby, stubble-covered, and rouged face against Deer again and again. Thank you, Master. Deer answered somewhat strenuously. Alright, since you have already decided, Little Ichiya, you will teach Little Deer magic. I am looking forward to it. As he spoke, Master Bob's figure gradually disappeared before their eyes. This is Master Bob's illusion magic. I didn't feel any fluctuation of magic power at all. Watching Master Bob's disappearing figure, Deer thought to himself. Men, alright Deer, you will live with me. Yes, okay Uncle Ichiya. That night, inside Ichiya's private residence, Deer placed the magic books he had brought back from the library on the desk, thinking about how to create his own magic. Smoke magic, molding magic, absorption magic, magic power assimilation, and transfer. These were the magic books Deer had brought out from the library. Uncle's aroma magic has too many limitations. In my vision, to solve the disadvantage of needing to prepare aroma magic in advance, the books on absorption magic, magic power assimilation, and transfer are key. I need to directly incorporate the properties of the aroma into my magic power. This way, I can ensure that I can release the aroma directly when I use my magic power. Actually, this is the same principle as the ability type manifesting magic, except that one turns magic power into various abilities, while I turn magic power into various aromas. Because everyone's ability manifested through magic power is singular, it can come naturally. But there are too many types of aromas and corresponding abilities, which is why preparation is needed in advance. Since that's the case, I can first manifest one type of aroma through magic power, and then develop more aromas on this foundation. Regarding his own aroma magic, Deer had already had some ideas in his mind while browsing through various magic books over the past few days, which was why he was so persistent in creating his own magic. Let's rest for today. Tomorrow, I will officially start learning magic. Earthland, Since I have come to this world, I will definitely not leave any regrets. Thinking this, Deer lay on the bed and gradually began to fall asleep. Early the next morning, Deer and Ichiya came to the courtyard outside the house. The courtyard was not big, but it looked very cozy. Just like Deer's home, it was planted with various flowers, mostly roses, because Ichiya liked roses. Men, Deer, let's begin. Ichiya tilted his body, striking a pose, and pointed at Deer while speaking. Yes, Deer, you must know that to learn magic, you must first feel the magic power in your body. In Earth Land, the whole world is full of magic power, but this does not mean that everyone can feel it, and absorb and utilize it. On this point, Deer, you have a great advantage, which is that you were born with a large amount of magic power in your body. If you learn to absorb and utilize it, your magic ability will improve very quickly. And aroma magic, as a type of holder magic, utilizes magic power to maximize the effects of the aroma, thereby causing various kinds of damage. Therefore, aromas with various abilities are the best weapons for an aroma magic mage, men. As he spoke, Ichiya took out a test tube filled with pink liquid from his bosom. A pink magic circle appeared in his hand, and the center of the magic circle looked like a red rose in full bloom. Aroma magic, pink aroma, soothe fatigue. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink mist emerged from the test tube, and a pleasant fragrance drifted into Deer's nose. Upon smelling this fragrance, Deer felt indescribably comfortable, and even the fatigue from waking up early seemed to disappear instantly under this fragrance. Men, did you see that, Deer? This is aroma magic. I use the pink aroma I prepared. It can relieve fatigue, has a slight healing effect, and has no side effects. You must know that in Earth Land, healing magic has been lost. Although aroma magic can only have a slight healing effect, at certain critical moments, it can play a decisive role. For example, delay death. Saying this, Ichiya changed from his usual frivolity and looked at Deer with a serious face. Deer saw the pink aroma slowly soaking into his body, and hearing Ichiya's words, Deer became even more determined to learn aroma magic. Uncle, please teach me aroma magic, I beg you. As he spoke, Deer bowed and looked at Ichiya with a serious face. Men, alright, let's start learning aroma magic from today. Today, you first familiarize yourself with the magic power inside your body, and try to let the magic expand from inside your body to the outside. Then, after you complete this step, I will have Hibiki use his archive magic to transmit the basic knowledge of aroma magic into your brain, so that you can have a clearer understanding of aroma magic. Okay. As he spoke, Deer sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his knees, and slowly felt the magic power in his body. Deer, you must clear your mind and calm down to feel the power within your body. Magic power is not static. It is like wind, like water, always flowing with a pattern, and you must master its pattern. Just as Deer sat down to feel the magic power, Ichiya instructed. Clear the mind, like wind, like water, with a pattern. Hearing Ichiya's words, Deer slowly entered the state. I can now clearly feel the sensation of the wind blowing over my body, and my ears can clearly hear the sound of the stream flowing. For the first time, I feel so close to the whole of nature. Just when Deer felt nature, he suddenly discovered a stream of air flowing in his mind. Deer slowly calmed his mind and looked at the air current flashing in his mind with his attention. Is this magic? Deer watched in surprise as a white current of air surged rhythmically within his mind. It felt so full of vitality. As he watched the white current flow, Deer's attention followed its movement. Deer slowly realized that the current was not just flowing within his mind, but was circulating back and forth along the meridians of his entire body. Each time it circulated, it generated a suction force that drew the magic particles permeating the air into Deer's body, where they were then converted into his own magic. It seems this is the magic of Earth Land. It really is amazing. I didn't expect my body to be constantly absorbing magic, but these magic meridians look a bit thick. Looking at the magic meridians that were, before his eyes, as thick as a little finger, Deer couldn't help but exclaim. With so many magic meridians, all as thick as a little finger, I don't know how my body manages to contain them. The magic meridians diverge from the lower abdomen. Since that's the case, it seems this watermelon-sized area in the center of my lower abdomen must be my primary magic source. In the original fairy tale, several main characters developed a second magic source with Ultir's help. It seems that in the later stages, if one doesn't develop a second magic source, it's impossible to handle the battles that follow. Looking at the watermelon-sized magic source within his lower abdomen, Deer thought to himself. However, Deer had no idea that the magic sources of ordinary mages in Earthland were generally only the size of an apple, and their magic meridians were only as thick as a straw. Even the main characters, who possessed extraordinary innate magical talent, had magic sources only half as large as an average person's, yet they were still 1/3 smaller compared to Deer's magic source. Moreover, with magic meridians and a magic source as thick as Deer's, the suction force generated when absorbing magic particles from the air was also greater than others. This meant he absorbed more magic, and his own accumulation of magic was naturally faster than that of ordinary people. This was the reason why Ichiya kept saying that Deer had a great advantage. Although the previous Deer possessed powerful magic within his body, he did not have the mental strength to match such vast magic, making him completely unable to control the magic within him. Thus, he was unable to practice magic at all. But now, Deer's body contained the fusion of two souls, and Jin was an adult. It was only through the fusion of these two souls that he could control the vast magic within the original Deer's body. Just as Deer was feeling his own magic, the magic particles around his body began to pulse along with it, and slowly, a whirlwind appeared, circling around Deer. What powerful magic! Although I always knew Deer possessed a large amount of magic, I didn't expect it to be this much. Watching the activity around Deer, Ichiya was somewhat surprised. Deer, now is the time. Use your mind to control the magic circulating within your body, slowly diffuse it to the surface of your skin, and then radiate it out from your body. Hearing Ichiya's words, Deer focused on feeling the magic within his body. Like issuing a command, the magic circulating inside began to seep outward according to Deer's will. Not long after, a white glow began to emanate from Deer's body. Eventually, the glow extended 5 centimeters from his skin, making it look as if Deer's entire body was covered in white needles. Very good, Deer. Now, begin to slowly calm your mind and let the magic return to your body naturally. As soon as Ichiya finished speaking, the glow on Deer's body began to slowly fade away, and at this moment, Deer opened his eyes. Uncle Ichiya, did I succeed? Looking at Ichiya before him, Deer raised his head and asked. That's right, Deer, you did very well. Now you can feel and control your own magic, the rest is just a matter of practice. Once you learn aroma magic, you will be able to use the magic within your body to trigger various types of aroma magic, men. As he spoke, Ichiya pointed at Deer with a rather dashing gesture. Ichiya's aroma magic required preparing aroma bottles in advance, and then using his own magic to enhance and amplify the effects of the aromas. He could be considered a holder-type mage. Returning to the guild, Ichiya brought Deer to find Hibiki. Hibiki Lates, one of Ichiya's 3 disciples, possessed the rare ancient magic known as Archive, which, although lacking combat power, could search for all knowledge. Furthermore, it could compress information. In terms of the speed of mastering magical knowledge, no one could compare to Hibiki's archive magic. Hibiki was only 12 years old now. Although his magic was not yet deep, basic knowledge transfer was completely fine. Very quickly, the basic magic knowledge of aroma magic was transferred into Deer's mind. Deer immersed his mind in the knowledge within his head and couldn't help but exclaim, "What amazing magic! I have never read this knowledge before, yet now it's as if it has been firmly carved into my brain. I can't forget it even if I want to." Men, alright, Deer. In the coming days, you will begin to formally learn aroma magic and master the magic within your body. Aroma magic is different from ordinary magic. You need to refine various types of aromas with different abilities yourself, so you will need various magical materials. The most basic materials are all in the basement laboratory at home. In the future, you will conduct your aroma experiments there. As for the basic aroma recipes, I have already had Hibiki transfer them into your mind. Tomorrow, I will first take you to try refining a few types of aromas, and after that, it will be up to you. You must know that magic is free, and aroma magic even more so. If you only blindly imitate my aroma magic, you will never be able to surpass me. After Hibiki finished transferring the archive knowledge into Deer's mind, Ichiya spoke to Deer with rare seriousness. Yes, I understand, Uncle Ichiya. I will definitely find my own aroma magic. Although Deer had already had ideas in his mind, upon hearing Ichiya's words, he still responded solemnly. The next day, early in the morning, Ichiya brought him to the basement laboratory at home. The laboratory was not large, but it was fully equipped. One large hall was the aroma manufacturing room, where several instruments were placed. Deer guessed they were for making aromas. Next to the hall was a material room, which contained various spices, all of which were magical materials that Ichiya had collected himself. Opposite the material room was a test room. Whenever an aroma was finished and its effects needed to be tested, it would be done in there. Inside the test room were several magic targets. Each magic target would clearly display its magic effect and damage when subjected to a magic attack. Dear, let's start by learning how to make pink aroma today. The basic operation of the instruments was also transferred to you along with the knowledge of the archive. In a moment, I will make it once. You watch from the side and familiarize yourself with the instruments. After I'm done, you can try making it once. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. Yes, alright, Uncle Ichiya. As he spoke, Ichiya pulled Deer to the workbench and began to operate it skillfully. Ichiya took out the materials he had prepared in advance, placed them on the workbench, and introduced them to Deer. This is sweet dew grass. It only grows in forests with abundant magic and vitality. It carries a sweet fragrance itself. The pink aroma we are about to make, which has a slight healing effect, is based on it. Sweet dew grass itself has a slight healing effect, but the effect is not strong. Most magical beasts in the forest will chew on sweet dew grass when injured, intending to alleviate their injuries. However, because sweet dew grass has grown in places with abundant magic for a long time, its own magic particles are very dense. This leads to the fact that we humans cannot directly consume sweet dew grass, otherwise it will contaminate our own magic. Therefore, what we need to do is use our own magic to activate the magic within the sweet dew grass, causing its magic to stimulate the efficacy of the sweet dew grass, enhance its healing effect, and extract it. And the extracted essence is the key to achieving a therapeutic effect on the human body. Deer looked at the sweet dew grass in Ichiya's hand. It was a plant similar to ordinary grass. However, the leaves were thicker than ordinary grass, and there was a crystal clear dewdrop on the tip of the grass. You must know that this was sweet dew grass that had been stored in the laboratory for a long time, yet the dewdrop on it had not disappeared after all this time. Deer guessed that this must be the reason why it was named sweet dew grass. The materials needed to create pink aroma are not just limited to sweet dew grass, they also require a combination of various materials. Therefore, every aroma magic mage is also an excellent pharmacist. Take the simple pink aroma for example. The required materials include the main ingredient, sweet dew grass, as well as auxiliary materials like sun-scorching flower, the antennae of a phantom butterfly beast, and aromatic rose essence, among others. What we are doing now is using instruments to extract the essence from these materials and then combining them according to the correct proportions. During the process of adjusting the potion, we use magic power to activate the magic factors contained within the materials, allowing all the various ingredients to fuse perfectly together. This is how the final aroma used by us aroma magic mages is formed. Ichiya said this to Deer, who was standing beside him, while operating the equipment. Although Ichiya was usually careless and seemed unreliable, when he began to prepare the aroma, his movements were smooth and fluid. With the help of the instruments and his own magic power, he quickly extracted the necessary essences from the various materials. Dear, now that all the materials have been extracted, the rest is to use your own magic power to perceive the aroma potion within the container. Every outstanding aroma magic mage possesses their own unique aroma magic, which is something every aroma magic mage discovers through constant experimentation. The most critical step in making an aroma potion is to use your own magic power to sense the changes in the potion while the various materials are mixing. Our magic power acts as a catalyst for the mixture. Therefore, the aroma created by us personally can maximize its magic power. While mixing the various materials, You must accurately master the appropriate proportions for each, use our magic power to evaporate the excess material, and simultaneously use magic power as a mixer to make them completely fuse into one. As he spoke, the potion bottle in Ichia's hand, containing the mixture of various materials, slowly began to emit a pink fluorescent glow under the stimulation of his magic power. The glow didn't last long before it slowly dissipated, and at this moment, a bottle of pink potion appeared in Ichia's hand. Standing to the side, Deer could clearly smell the wafts of fragrance coming from the bottle. This aroma emitted the scent of aromatic roses mixed with the smell of fresh grass, making one feel as if they could sense the breath of nature, which instantly refreshed the mind. Even this simplest pink aroma smelled better than all the various brand name perfumes from his past life. It was a truly natural scent. Men, dear, can you feel the charm of aroma magic now? Ichiya, who had only been serious for a moment, started striking a pose again, pointing at Deer with a lively expression. Yes, Uncle Ichiya, I didn't expect aroma magic to be so magical. It's just like a wondrous alchemist turning inconspicuous materials into a shining gem. I am looking forward more and more to creating my own aroma with my own hands. Men, well said, dear. Then, why don't you give it a try yourself? You must fully trust the answer your magic power gives you, only then can you accurately create a successful aroma. Okay, Deer responded loudly. Walking to the operation bench, Deer first recalled Ichiya's operating steps, then carefully placed the sweet dew grass into the instrument, and finally channeled his magic power to sense the extraction status of the sweet dew grass. How amazing! I didn't expect sensing the sweet dew grass with magic power to be like this. These vibrant magic powers must be the essence of the sweet dew grass, while these magic powers filled with impurities must be the useless substances that need to be removed with the help of magic power. Just as Deer wrapped the sweet dew grass with his magic power, the distribution of various substances within the sweet dew grass was clearly displayed in his mind. Deer carefully used his magic power to slowly extract the impurities he sensed from the sweet dew grass. Soon, the already green sweet dew grass seemed to be coated with a layer of green light, looking even more lush and fresh. The dewdrops on the sweet dew grass looked like crystal clear crystals, shining brilliantly under the light. Very good, dear. The impurities within the sweet dew grass have been mostly removed. Now, use your magic power to slowly compress its essence into the dew on the sweet dew grass, only then will it be considered a success. In Deer's perception, as his magic power flowed, the essence within the sweet dew grass slowly began to gather into the dewdrop at the tip of the leaf. Soon, the sweet dew grass began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into ashes, leaving only a crystal clear dewdrop lying quietly in the instrument. I did it, Uncle Ichiya, I did it. Seeing the dew lying quietly in the container, Deer couldn't help but shout happily. Men, as expected of my cute nephew. Now that the most important magic extraction is done, the rest is just to accurately master the proportions of the various materials according to the aroma potion recipe. Dear, next, try to incorporate the various materials into the purified dew according to the proportions in the aroma recipe I gave you. You need to carefully sense the timing of this fusion with your magic power, and at the same time, use your own magic power as a catalyst to accelerate or even create the process of this fusion. As he spoke, Ichiya spun around on the spot, eyes narrowed, looking at Deer. Okay, Uncle Ichiya, I have already memorized the recipe for the pink aroma. Next is 5 grams of sun-scorching flower pollen, the antennae of the phantom butterfly beast ground into powder, and adding 50 grams of aromatic rose essence. Using magic power as a catalyst, I will fuse these materials with the dew extracted from the sweet dew grass in the correct proportions and order. Finally, a unique pink aroma will be formed. Deer carefully processed the materials in his hands while recalling the production process of the pink aroma in his mind. Okay, the materials are processed. Next is using magic power to fuse the materials into the dew. Deer lifted the dew and the sun-scorching flower pollen with his magic power. At the very moment they were about to make contact, Deer perceived through his magic power that the dew containing the essence of the sweet dew grass and the sun-scorching flower pollen's magic power were entangling with each other. Just like two yin and yang magnets, they slowly fused together within Deer's magic power. The sun-scorching flower pollen has been successfully fused. Next are the antennae of the phantom butterfly beast and the aromatic rose essence. Looking at the sweet dew grass and sun-scorching flower that had already successfully fused in the container, Deer thought to himself. Using magic power as a blending agent just the same, Deer carefully operated the instrument, slowly fusing all the materials needed for the pink aroma together. When the aromatic rose essence was finally added, the originally transparent liquid in the test tube was slowly rendered into a pink color under the stimulation of the magic power contained within the aromatic rose essence. Looking at the pink aroma in his hand, Deer excitedly looked toward Ichiya, who had been standing behind him the whole time. Uncle Ichiya, I did it. I did it. Look, is this the pink aroma? Ichiya, who had been observing from behind, had stopped posing at some point and was looking at the excited Deer in front of him with a shocked expression. I didn't expect Deer to have such strong talent in creating aroma. Furthermore, although Deer is born with powerful magic, I didn't expect him to have such strong control over his own magic power. It's simply unbelievable. Ichiya originally had high talent in aroma magic and also knew the difficulties of creating aroma with aroma magic. The most important thing in creating aroma is absolute control of magic power. Because all materials for creating aroma must ultimately be adjusted by the mage's own magic power. And Deer, who was creating aroma for the first time, did not know at all how much convenience his absolute control over his own magic power provided for creating aroma. This was also the reason why, although it was his first time creating aroma, Deer was able to succeed on his first attempt. Men, very good, Deer. Although your movements are a bit inexperienced, you will become proficient after making it a few more times. Once you are proficient, basic aroma creation will be no difficulty for you. By then, as a mature aroma magic mage, you should develop your own aroma. After his shock, Ichiya started wiggling around and said to Deer. Yes, Uncle Ichiya, I will practice more, Deer said solemnly to Ichiya, clenching his small hands into fists. Men, what a vibrant perfume. Deer, I believe that with your talent in magic power control, you will definitely succeed. As he spoke, Ichiya suddenly started sparkling. Huh, talent in magic power control. Uncle Ichiya, do you mean I have high talent in controlling magic power? Hearing Ichiya say this, Deer couldn't help but have some questions. Men, that's right, Deer, it can be said that you have a very high talent in controlling your own magic power. In fact, the most important thing in aroma creation is for the mage to use their own magic power to neutralize the magic power contained in various magic materials. Different materials have different magic powers. If you don't have enough control over your own magic power, the magic power contained in various materials will cause the magic factors to become restless. In that case, they cannot fuse at all. Furthermore, if the magic power contained in the materials is too great, it will even cause an explosion. Ichiya said to Deer with a serious face while striking a pose. Looking at the inexplicably contrasting Ichiya in front of him, although Deer knew what Ichiya said was very important, he couldn't help but have black lines appear on his forehead. Is this control over magic power? Come to think of it, when I was creating the aroma earlier, using magic power did feel like a fish in water. However, my attention was entirely on using magic power to regulate the aroma materials, so I hadn't noticed until now. Deer looked at the magic power slowly overflowing from his hands and couldn't help but think. No, this isn't just control over magic power. This is. Staring intently at his hands covered in magic power, Deer suddenly realized something was wrong. This is space. Yes, that's right. Although the spatial range is very small, this is a space formed by the coverage of magic power. Under this magic power coverage, I can feel absolute control over this space. In Deer's perception, there was a gap between the magic power and his hands, just like a pair of gloves made of magic power covering his hands. Magic power is emitted from the inside out, meaning the connection between magic power and a mage is just like skin and flesh. Unless it is a mage who converts magic power into other substances, the magic power would not detach from the mage's body. Yet, Deer clearly felt that the magic power in his hands had already left his body. Although the distance was small, there was definitely a gap. If that's the case, then, Deer looked at his hands, his mind sinking into his inner magic source, and urged the magic power within his body according to the method Ichiya had described. Slowly, Deer's entire body began to emit a glow of magic power. Furthermore, just as Deer had imagined, the magic power permeating from his body actually separated from him, subsequently forming a sphere wrapping around Deer, a sphere with a radius of 1 meter. Ichiya, who usually carried his own aura, was very surprised to see Deer wrapped in a translucent sphere. This is magic. Deer hasn't even started learning magic yet, so how could he cast it? Could it be innate magic? On the continent of Earth Land, mages possessing magic power can unleash various kinds of miraculous magic. This is the application of one's own magic power. Magic can be learned by having a mage teach the same magic, or it can be learned through books that record magic. There is another kind, where mages with naturally powerful magic power awaken magic through their inner desires. This type of magic can be said to be the most suitable for that mage and is known as innate magic. It seems Deer has awakened his innate magic. I didn't expect Deer to have this kind of talent, Ichiya said, somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, Deer, still immersed in his own magic, naturally did not know that Ichiya was already aware of his magic awakening. In Deer's perception, he could clearly see everything within this spherical space, even a tiny stitch on Deer's clothes appeared very clearly in his eyes. Furthermore, Deer discovered that within this space, as long as it was his magic power, he had absolute control over it. This was also the reason why Deer felt like a fish in water when using his magic power while making the aroma earlier. Uncle Ichiya, I feel like I've acquired magic. Although Deer was somewhat puzzled by everything happening to him, there was someone right in front of him who could resolve his doubts, so Deer asked Ichiya without hesitation. Deer, your feeling is correct. This is your magic, innate magic. After saying this, Ichiya explained to Deer what innate magic was. Innate magic, in the original work, Urza from Fairy Tail also awakened her, the night, magic on her own. It seems my magic is the same as Urza's. After listening to Ichiya's explanation, Deer immediately associated it with the scene in the original work where Titania Urza awakened her magic. The magic most suitable for oneself, awakened by one's deepest inner desires. Thinking about the properties of his magic that he had just felt, Deer was somewhat excited. Because in his perception just now, the magic he awakened possessed 3 properties. One is forming a domain through magic power, which is space. The second is that Deer can clearly see all things within this space. This point is just like the Byakugan ability from a very popular anime in Deer's previous life. The third is that within this space, Deer has absolute control over his own magic power, meaning that if Deer were an elemental mage, he could completely control the magic released within this space. No wonder Uncle Ichiya said that generally, innate magic is the magic most suitable for a mage. With this magic, I am more confident in creating my own aroma magic. By using the magic control of this space to create my own aroma, then having my magic power analyze the properties of the aroma, and then memorizing or even stealing that property into my own magic power, I can then release this property from my body through my magic power to form aroma magic and exercise absolute control. Yes, this is the magic most suitable for me. While feeling his magic more carefully, Deer thought to himself. Deer, if I haven't perceived it wrongly, this innate magic of yours should belong to a type of spatial magic. What do you plan to call this innate magic of yours? Looking at Deer, who had a smile on his face, Ichiya also felt happy for him. I want to call it domain, absolute control. Deer replied to Ichiya with a smile and a firm tone. Domain, absolute control. Ichiya looked at the Deer in front of him, feeling a bit dazed. Brother Suya, it seems someone has already inherited your magical will. Suya Wandre Su, who was Deer's late father. In the year X777, Deer was 9 years old. It had already been 4 years since Deer joined the Blue Pegasus Guild. Over these 4 years, Deer had been perfecting his aroma magic. He had actually successfully created it a year ago. And in the remaining year, using the magic materials collected by Ichiya, Deer had already crafted several types of aromas with different effects. It could be said that Deer's aroma magic was already ready for preliminary use. All that remained was for Deer to refine his own aroma recipes and accumulate magic power. During the first 3 years of learning magic, with the help of the magic books on absorption magic, magic power assimilation, and transfer, as well as the assistance of Master Bob and Ichia, Deer successfully assimilated the properties of aromas into his own magic power. After assimilating the properties of aromas, Deer was finally able to generate aromas and cast aroma magic using his own magic power, even without preparing aroma reagents. As for smoke magic and molding magic, they were further applications of the released aroma magic, achieved with the help of his innate magic, domain, absolute control. It is worth mentioning that during these 4 years, Deer never stopped training his magic power, which allowed the range of his innate magic to reach a radius of 50 meters. When the domain was activated, it was enough to cover the entire Blue Pegasus Guild. Very good, I have successfully mastered the creation of another aroma. This brings me one step closer to completing my aroma magic ability library. Looking at the cyan liquid inside the glass test tube in his hand, Deer couldn't help but feel happy. Next, I need to assimilate the aroma in the bottle into my body using my own magic power. As he spoke, Deer held the test tube containing the aroma in one hand and channeled his magic power with the other. Soon, magic power radiated from within him and, under his guidance, covered the aroma reagent in his other hand. For Deer, who had already successfully learned aroma conversion and assimilation, this was all familiar territory, as he had already mastered several aroma magics using this method. When Deer released his magic power, his innate magic, domain, absolute control, had already enveloped him, so within the domain, Deer had absolutely no trouble controlling his magic power. Soon, under the coverage of Deer's magic power, the cyan aroma in the reagent slowly began to dissipate. But in Deer's eyes, he could clearly see that the reagent in his hand was not dissipating, rather, its properties were being decomposed by Deer's magic power and then incorporated into his magic power. At the same time, it was absorbed into his body through the circulation of magic power and finally returned to Deer's magic source. The magic source, which was originally transparent with a white glow, was dyed a layer of cyan by the aroma, and finally, this trace of cyan slowly began to fade back into the original color of Deer's magic power. The fading of the color was the sign that Deer was gradually successfully mastering the cyan aroma magic. This meant that the magic power within Deer had successfully incorporated the magic properties of the cyan aroma through decomposition. Success. Once the magic power within his body returned to calm, Deer knew he had successfully mastered another aroma magic. Now, let me give it a try. As he spoke, Deer began to channel the magic power within his body. Aroma magic, cyan wings. As a cyan magic circle flashed on the surface of Deer's body, a cyan mist enveloped him. The moment it appeared, it began to gather toward his back, eventually forming a pair of pale cyan wings attached to his back. Turning his head to look at the pale cyan wings behind him, Deer seemed very excited. Although mages in Earthland could possess the ability to fly depending on their magic, mages capable of flight were still relatively rare. Deer's aroma magic worked by using the aroma to activate the magic factors within a mage's body and attracting wind element magic power from nature, thereby forming cyan magic wings. Furthermore, the aroma magic could not only be used on himself, the cyan wings magic could be cast by Deer to buff others, making it a unique type of augmentation magic, which could be considered a group flight magic. With the channeling of magic power, the pale cyan wings behind Deer flapped, and soon carried Deer into the sky. Very good. Although I have ridden airplanes in my past life, that was relying on external forces to experience the sky. It's nothing like the freedom of flying as I please now. It looks like the recipe for the cyan wings aroma is a success. Since that's the case, I'll first go and report it to Uncle Ichia and Master Bob. Thinking this, Deer accelerated with the cyan wings behind him and flew toward the Blue Pegasus Guild. Cerberona, the city where the Blue Pegasus Guild is located. In the very center of the city stands a blue and white building, that is the Blue Pegasus Guild. With a flash in the sky, Deer flapped his Blue Pegasus wings and appeared above the Blue Pegasus Guild. Immediately, a blue magic circle appeared behind Deer's wings, and as the wings slowly dissipated, Deer was enveloped by magic particles containing wind elements and descended slowly. I'm back. Deer pushed open the guild doors and said to his companions inside. Yo, Deer is back. It looks like Deer has successfully developed another type of aroma magic. Welcome back, little deer. Why do I feel like deer has become even more handsome? You nympho, deer is still so young, how can you bring yourself to do it? Better let me take over. Watching this scene, deer couldn't help but smile. The guild is still the same, so noisy, yet still so warm. Deer greeted his companions one by one, then walked straight to the guild's bar counter and greeted Master Bob. I'm back, Master Bob. Era, welcome back, little deer. Master Bob rested his face on one hand, hugged his chest with the other, and responded with a grin. Ever since you walked in, I felt that the magic power in your body has had new fluctuations. It looks like your research was a success, little deer. Yes, that's right, Master Bob. With this aroma magic, our guild will have an extra layer of protection when we go out on missions in the future. As he spoke, Deer explained the function of the Blue Wings aroma magic to Master Bob. Little deer, you are right. With this kind of magic, if a mage from the guild encounters an emergency, even if they can't handle it, they can at least escape. I thank you on behalf of the guild's partners. Looking at Deer, Master Bob couldn't help but think back to when Deer first arrived at the guild. A 5-year-old boy, and within just 4 years, the magic power in his body was already on par with the guild's A-rank mages, and he had even developed his own magic. Such an achievement was rare across the entire continent. Little Deer will definitely be able to go very far on the path of magic. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Little Deer will be like in the future. Master Bob sighed inwardly. Deer naturally didn't know what Master Bob was thinking, but he reached into his pocket and took out a roll of parchment. This was paper made from the sap of magic-infused trees. Writing on it allowed the text to be preserved for a long time without fading, and because it contained magic power, the paper was not easily rotted or destroyed. Master Bob, this is the recipe for the Blue Wings aroma. With Uncle Ichia's ability to create aromas, it will be very easy to make it according to the recipe. As he spoke, he handed the recipe in his hand to Master Bob. Little deer, then I will accept this recipe. As soon as Ichia finishes his mission and returns, I will give it to him. In the future, I will sell the aromas Ichia creates to guild members at the normal price, and you will receive 50% of the profits. Seeing that Deer seemed to want to say something upon hearing this, Master Bob signaled for him not to speak and continued. Little deer, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This is what you deserve, and the guild's partners should thank you for providing them with a tool that can save their lives at critical moments. Naturally, they should provide some form of compensation. Otherwise, just mindlessly enjoying the convenience will only fuel their prideful mentality. Besides, Little Deer is still young, and if you want to go further on the path of magic, necessary funds are required, so just accept it with peace of mind, Little Deer. As he spoke, Master Bob gently stroked Deer's hair. Struggling to suppress the fluctuations in his heart, Deer looked up and said with a smile, "Yes, I understand, Master Bob." Era, then it's decided. By the way, Little Deer has been getting more and more handsome lately. As he spoke, Master Bob suddenly hugged Deer, and his round, fleshy face kept rubbing against Deer's face, just like hugging a large doll. Master Bob, I can't breathe. Being held by Master Bob, Deer said with effort. Before long, Master Bob put Deer down and turned to walk toward the guild's library. He was going to place the Blue Wings recipe in the library for safekeeping. Watching Master Bob leave, Deer felt a warmth in his heart. Men, Little Deer, you said you want to go on a journey. Why so suddenly? After handing the Blue Wings aroma recipe to Master Bob, Deer went to Ichia's room in the guild, told Ichia what had just happened, and explained his plans. Uncle Ichia, it's not really sudden. You know that I have already learned all of your aroma recipes. And, Blue Wings, is the key step for me to step into my own magic, so I want to go on a journey, take a good look at this continent, and further complete my own aroma magic. Deer looked at Ichia with a firm expression. But Little Deer, you are still so young, only 9 years old this year. How about waiting until you are a bit older before going out alone, okay? Uncle Ichia, a mage's life only lasts for a few short decades, I don't want to waste any time. On the path of magic, I have only just begun, so in order to carry out my path of magic, no matter what difficulties arise, I am not afraid. Ichia looked at Deer, and his heart was moved. So similar. Big Brother Soya, is it possible that there is really a plan in the dark? Since that's the case, then dear, you must promise your uncle a few things. Ichiya said, looking at dear with rare seriousness. What is it, Uncle Ichiya? First, dear, you must contact me through a magic crystal every month. I need to know your specific situation. Can you do that? I can. Dear answered firmly. The second thing, only do what you are capable of. If you encounter uncontrollable situations, use blue wings to leave immediately. Can you do that? I can. The third thing, no matter how far away you are, you must always remember that there are family and partners here who care about you. So no matter what you encounter, don't be confused, go bravely and practice your own path of magic, dear. As he spoke, Ichiya turned his body away, seemingly not wanting dear to see his mood. Uncle Ichiya, looking at Ichiya's back, dear couldn't help but think of the 4 years Ichiya had patiently taught him magic and looked after his young self alone. Although sometimes unreliable and even a bit of an eyesore, for dear, Ichiya was his most important family. Uncle Ichiya, don't worry, I will definitely take care of myself. As for mom, I'll leave that to you, Uncle Ichiya. If mom asks, please give this letter to her. I won't go to say goodbye to her in person. I know mom definitely won't let me go out, so I'll leave it to you. After finishing, dear bowed deeply to Ichiya. Then, Uncle Ichiya, dear is leaving. When I find my own path of magic, I will return. As he spoke, dear activated his aroma magic, blue wings. Accompanied by the appearance of a blue magic circle, a pair of blue wings grew out from behind deer. Following a flap of the wings, deer flew into the sky and quickly left Cerberona. Men, little deer, I hope you have a smooth journey. You are, after all, my most adorable nephew. Watching deer's figure slowly disappear into the sky, Ichiya murmured. Flapping his wings, deer flew toward the north. Regarding his magic, deer already had his own ideas, that was to combine aroma magic with his innate magic. Using the advantage of his innate magic's absolute control, he would analyze the composition of aroma magic, and then transform it into being able to release aroma magic without relying on external objects. Moreover, deer was only 9 years old now, and the coverage of his domain had already reached a radius of 500 meters. With deer's growth in age and increase in magic power, the range of the domain was still constantly growing, and one day it might even be possible for the domain's range to cover the entire continent. Deer's aroma magic was somewhat different from Ichiya's. Ichiya's aroma magic used the sense of smell to rely on the power of different aromas to either affect himself or affect others. For example, Ichiya's power aroma and lightning aroma used aromas to enhance his own abilities, similar to an enchantment on himself. Another example, paralysis aroma and pain aroma were for making enemies lose their combat ability. However, this ability had a flaw. If the enemy blocked their sense of smell and could not smell the aroma, then the aroma magic would not have an effect. But in deer's vision, aroma should not only be able to affect through the sense of smell, and it should not be limited to just the enemy and himself. It should be known that in deer's previous world, incense was originally used to pray to gods, so based on this characteristic, deer created the blue wings aroma magic. Blue wings activated the magic particles within the mage's body through aroma and attracted the wind element magic in nature, thereby forming blue magic wings. However, attracting natural wind element magic particles was not something that could be done simply through one's own magic power. It was because the magic that activated blue wings possessed the characteristics of blue wings aroma, that is, it was favored by wind element magic particles. And this characteristic was discovered by deer in a valley that was blown by hurricanes all year round, where he found a windbell grass growing. The wind element magic particles around the windbell grass were much denser than in ordinary places. It could even be said that the aroma of the windbell grass automatically attracted the surrounding wind element magic particles to gather, which was why this valley was always windy. And the blue wings aroma created according to this characteristic was equivalent to a disguised form of praying or sacrificing to the wind element magic particles in the air through one's own magic power, enabling the wind element magic particles in the air to be used by the mage. That was why it was said that blue wings was truly deer's first aroma magic. Deer had been traveling for a month using his blue Pegasus wings, and seeing the snowstorm before him, he knew he had reached his destination. The goal of Deer's trip was the boundless snow fields in the far north. The far north was covered in snow and wind all year round. Gray from Fairy Tale had grown up in the north. And it was here that he learned the magic known as Ice Make, taught by Milkovich, a mage said to be the closest to the 10 wizard saints. The 10 wizard saints were, on the surface, the 10 strongest mages in the kingdom of Fury in Earthland, so one could imagine strength. However, as of now, should have already perished together with Deliora, the demon from Zeref's book. I learned from the guild a few years ago that the northern village had been invaded by Deliora, and 3 years have passed since then, which means Gray should have also joined Fairy Tale 3 years ago. Looking at the endless snow plain before him, Deer thought to himself. Boundless snow fields, I hope I can find what I'm looking for. This trip to the far north was because Deer had seen in the Blue Pegasus library that there was something he needed in the far north, the Ice King fruit that grew in the boundless snow fields. According to the book, this type of magical plant generally grows in bitter, cold regions, naturally possesses the ability to attract ice element magic particles, and the cold air it releases can be said to be the pinnacle of ice-type abilities. However, for this fruit to mature, besides requiring dense ice elements, it also needs to be watered with the blood of 100 beasts. When the day of the fruit's maturity arrives, it will emit a blood-colored spiritual light and an exotic fragrance, attracting magical beasts within a 10-mile radius to fight over it. Any magical beast that ultimately consumes this fruit will, after absorbing its magic power, instantly become the king of ice-type magical beasts, with combat power not inferior to the dragons of the ancient era. Therefore, this fruit is called the king fruit, implying that one who eats it can become a king. In the boundless snow fields of the far north, besides the snow-filled sky, there are mostly various ice attribute magical beasts, so very few mages come specifically to the boundless snow fields. After all, even a 10 wizard saint would find it difficult to retreat unscathed if facing a herd of beasts. However, the boundless snow fields are so large, and everything is a vast expanse of white, I have no idea where to start looking. Although he had arrived in the far north, Deer felt quite troubled seeing the scene before him. The guild's books only roughly recorded the general growth environment and characteristics of the Ice King fruit, and didn't specify exactly where it was seen. It seems I'll just have to look for it slowly myself. While thinking, Deer changed his clothes to pure white and used a magic potion to temporarily dye his hair silver. Because he was in the boundless snow fields, the color white, which blends in with the snow, was the best camouflage. If he were too conspicuous, he would definitely attract the attention of the magical beasts in the snow fields. For Deer right now, his abilities were too monotonous, and his magic power was not strong enough, so no amount of camouflage and caution was excessive. He applied an aroma magic to hide his presence and protect against the cold, and looking at the snow fields before him, Deer stepped in with a determined face. Because for Deer, what awaited him ahead was the beginning and hope for the realization of his own magic. Sir Barona, Blue Pegasus Guild, Ichia was sitting quietly at the guild bar, a rare sight, looking at the noisy guild, and Ichia didn't know what he was thinking. Era, little Ichia, what's wrong? You look gloomy. Are you worried about little Deer? Just as Ichia was deep in thought, Master Bob walked over from the side. Master, Ichia said, looking up as he saw Master Bob walk over. Deer has been gone for 2 months since he contacted me via magic crystal 2 months ago saying he had reached the far north and was preparing to enter the boundless snow fields. Although Deer had said before that because the magic particles in the boundless snow fields are relatively active, it would cause the magic crystal to temporarily malfunction, but with no news for so long, I am still very worried. After all, Deer is only 9 years old. Although his magical attainments are not weak, if something happens to him, how can I explain it to sister-in-law Michelle? Little Ichia, little Deer's abilities are excellent. I have always believed that little Deer can continue to walk firmly on the path of magic. A young eagle wants to fly to a broader sky and must always leave its parent's nest. Little Deer is just like that. Moreover, little Deer has our blue Pegasus emblem engraved on him. No matter how far away he is, the feelings of longing and concern between family members can always be felt. Believe in little Deer. Master Bob smiled and comforted Ichiya. Yes, Master, that's all I can do. Ichiya looked up towards the direction of the far north. Dear, you must not be in any trouble. The far north, the boundless snow fields, it had been 2 months since Deer stepped into the boundless snow fields. During these 2 months, Deer did not dare to use his blue Pegasus aroma magic to travel. Because the boundless snow fields were filled with wind and snow, looking down from the sky, one's line of sight would be completely blocked by the wind and snow. Moreover, the flying magical beasts in the sky above the boundless snow fields gathered and acted in groups, which was not something Deer could provoke. For the past 2 months, Deer had been strengthening his body with magic power, traveling solely by physical strength. Although he didn't know where to start looking, Deer was clear about one thing. The place where the Ice King fruit grows must have much denser ice element magic particles in the surrounding area than ordinary places. And the ice-type magical beasts of the boundless snow fields naturally like to gather in places where ice-type magic particles are dense. And the maturation of the Ice King fruit also requires the watering of beast blood, so as long as he carefully observes the places where herds gather, he will definitely find the Ice King fruit. During this time, Deer had been to several places where herds gathered by following the traces of herd activity, but he had no harvest. And the place Deer was going to now was the 7th herd gathering point he had discovered, a cliff covered in ice. This cliff was located within a valley in the boundless snow fields. The cliff face was steep and covered in icicles, the precipitous peaks looked like a sword capable of piercing the blue sky. With howling whirlwinds and snowflakes dancing across the sky, from a distance, they looked like rows of silver dragons in flight. At the very top of the cliff was a nest forged from ice crystals, where massive icicles intertwined with a few pure white branches to form a unique space. The moment Deer saw this nest, he knew that a very powerful avian magical beast must dwell here. Just as Deer approached the cliff to inspect it closely, he suddenly looked up and saw a pure white, nearly transparent plant growing tenaciously on the cliff face. The plant was only the size of an ordinary shrub, but its branches were a pure white, almost transparent color. To the naked eye, one could even see the veins within the branches. Growing from the pure white branches were leaves shaped like icicles, which were ice blue in color. At the very tip of the branches was a fist-sized fruit, its exterior encased in a thick layer of solid ice, while a faint, elusive blood-colored gas seemed to be constantly flowing inside. Branches like white jade, leaves like ice. Yes, this is the Ice King fruit. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I only entered the boundless snow fields 2 months ago and I've already found it. The moment he saw the Ice King fruit growing on the cliff, no matter how composed Deer usually was, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. This fruit would be the first step for Deer to truly carve out his own magic, and it was an indispensable asset on his path of magic. Judging by the size of the fruit and the blood-colored gas inside, it looks like this Ice King fruit will mature in at most 3 months. By then, the mature Ice King fruit will emit a peculiar fragrance mixed with magic particles, and this scent will attract ice attribute magical beasts from within 100 miles to come and fight for it. When the Ice King fruit matured, the blood-colored gas inside would fill the entire fruit, making it look as if it were forged from blood crystals. Right now, there was only a wisp of that gas inside the Ice King fruit. Deer estimated it would take about 3 more months for it to fill the fruit. Since that's the case, it looks like I need to prepare well over these 3 months. Otherwise, with my current strength, there's no way I can snatch this fruit from the middle of a beast horde, not to mention from the jaws of a powerful, unknown avian magical beast. Scree. Just as Deer was thinking about how to prepare to obtain the Ice King fruit, a crisp cry echoed from the sky. Deer looked in the direction of the sound and saw a magnificent, massive avian creature circling in the sky. It was covered in pure white feathers, flying through the heavy snow like a deity descended from the snow, radiating light. Its graceful figure flickered, revealing a hint of mystery and elegance. Its feathers were as fine as silk, and when it spread its wings, it looked like a blooming flower. It wore a magnificent phoenix crown, and its bright, piercing eyes exuded wisdom and nobility. Pale blue light flowed between its wings, and the feathers on its chest displayed gorgeous patterns, resembling a stunning work of art. Its posture was upright and elegant, and its feathers were light and soft, like a dancer twirling in the sky. Its long, magnificent tail feathers were as clear and translucent as glazed glass, shimmering with a captivating glow. This is an ice crystal snow phoenix. I didn't expect to actually encounter an ice crystal snow phoenix here in the boundless snow fields. Seeing the magnificent avian creature before him, Deer was very surprised. The ice crystal snow phoenix, a subspecies of the phoenix clan, could be said to be the avian creature closest to the phoenix bloodline, naturally possessing powerful ice attribute magic. As part of the Snow Luan clan, the ice crystal snow phoenix possessed its own ice and snow domain. Wherever the Snow Luan flew, it would instantly freeze the land for 1,000 miles. In ancient times, the Phoenix clan's strength was on par with the Dragon clan, and their attainments in magic were perhaps even more outstanding than the dragons, though they were not as physically robust. Now, the Dragon clan was basically extinct. As a clan that matched the dragons, and was perhaps even rarer in number, very few people on the continent even knew of the Phoenix clan's existence. This is bad. I didn't expect the nest on the cliff to be built by an ice crystal snow phoenix. With an ice crystal snow phoenix's strength, it is definitely not inferior to a 10 wizard saint's mage, and likely a high-ranking one at that. The moment he saw the ice crystal snow phoenix, Deer couldn't help but feel worried. With his current strength, trying to obtain the Ice King fruit under the nose of the ice crystal snow phoenix was like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. No, it was so hard to find the Ice King fruit. If I miss this one, who knows how long I'll have to wait to find the next. It looks like I have no choice but to take a dangerous risk. After pondering for a moment, Deer pulled himself together and gazed solemnly in the direction of the ice crystal snow phoenix. 3 months later, at the cliff in the valley, a massive ice and snow storm swept across the ground, and visible silver-blue ice element magic particles began to frantically converge toward the cliff face. Accompanied by a cool, peculiar fragrance, the Ice King fruit growing on the cliff face emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Deer's small frame was hidden in a concealed blind spot in the valley. Watching the blood-red light rise into the sky, he knew the Ice King fruit had matured. Accompanied by dazzling blood-red light and restless magic factors, the ice crystal snow phoenix, which had been quietly observing from within its nest, also perked up. The maturation of this Ice King fruit represented the key to whether it could evolve from a Snow Luan into a snow phoenix. As the exotic fragrance of the Ice King fruit wafted out, one roar after another gradually echoed through the silent valley. Originally, because of the ice crystal snow phoenix's occupation, no magical beast dared to set foot in the vast valley within its territory. Now, due to the maturation of the Ice King fruit, various ice-type magical beasts from 100 miles around began to converge toward the valley. These are the Ice Scar Magic Tiger, Snow Crystal Dragon Python, Hurricane Snow Eagle. Hiding in a crevice, Deer used a concealment incense to completely mask his aura, peering through a small gap to see that various ice-type magical beasts had already arrived in the valley. Scree. Accompanied by a piercing, crisp cry, the ice crystal snow phoenix, which had been staying on the cliff, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Flapping its enormous white wings, it looked down from above at the constantly approaching magical beasts. Some of the weaker magical beasts, upon hearing the ice crystal snow phoenix's cry, began to slow their running pace, but many more ignored it and continued to charge into the valley. With such a great opportunity laid out before them, the magical beasts that were originally afraid of the ice crystal snow phoenix could no longer care about their fear when they saw the Ice King fruit. As the numerous magical beasts gathered and the Ice King fruit was on the verge of ripening, how could the ice crystal snow phoenix possibly hold back? The ice crystal snow phoenix flapped its wings, and the sky, originally dyed red by the blood-red light emitted from the Ice King fruit, suddenly began to snow heavily. As the magic factors in the air gathered, sharp blue-white icicles suddenly appeared all around the ice crystal snow phoenix. Scree. With a wave of its wings, the icicles covering the sky above the valley flew rapidly toward the magical beasts below, like a torrential rain of ice. Roar. Howl. Accompanied by roars, the magical beasts that had been running sensed the falling icicles and began to release various spells. However, the ice crystal snow phoenix's icicles were not so easy to resist. As the icicles fell, the moment they made contact with the magical beasts, the previously stable icicles actually began to explode. At the same time, Clusters of blue-white flames, like dancing butterflies, scattered around the magical beasts. And the magical beasts touched by these blue-white flames began to burn without any resistance. The fire spread rapidly. Soon, each magical beast touched by the flames turned into a burning fireball, and within moments, they were burned to nothing, leaving behind only ashes that looked like ice crystals. Nirvana Phoenix Flame. That's right, although it still carries a hint of blue, it is definitely the Nirvana Phoenix Flame of the Snow Phoenix clan. I didn't expect this ice crystal Snow Phoenix's bloodline to be so pure that it could actually use the ice flames of the Phoenix clan. It seems that as long as it consumes this Ice King fruit, it will definitely be able to be reborn and become a true member of the Phoenix clan. With its talent, it might even be more outstanding in ice-type magic than the average Snow Phoenix. The moment the blue-white flames appeared, Deer was so surprised that he seemed to forget to breathe. Every member of the Phoenix clan possesses its own unique flame. The power of their Phoenix flame is no less than Dragon Flame, and in other miraculous uses, it is actually superior to Dragon Flame. Among them, the Fire Phoenix's flame is the purest and most intense, while other members of the Phoenix clan, like the Snow Phoenix and Light Phoenix, have flames that carry their corresponding magical characteristics. Furthermore, the flames of all Phoenix clan members carry a vitality. Externally, this vitality can destroy the life within a living being. And internally, it can enable the Phoenix clan to complete their nirvana through this vitality, thereby completely neutralizing all negative states and injuries. As for the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix, only when it becomes a true Snow Phoenix will it be able to unleash the unique Nirvana Phoenix flame of the Snow Phoenix clan. But I didn't expect this Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix to be so powerful. Although what it unleashed was only an impure Phoenix flame, it still carried the characteristic of the Phoenix flame that burns everything. As the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix's Nirvana Phoenix flame descended, a large area of the densely packed magical beasts in the valley was instantly cleared, and the previously crowded valley became spacious. The remaining magical beasts were all the most powerful ones. The Ice Scar Magic Tiger, Snow Crystal Dragon Python, Vajra Snow Ape, Violent Ice Demon Wolf King, Hurricane Snow Eagle, Armored Black Tortoise, Red-White Magic Dragon. Any one of these magical beasts, if brought out, would have strength comparable to an S-class mage. Among them, the Red-White Magic Dragon is a subspecies of the dragon race, and its bloodline is no less noble than that of the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix. It looks like a great battle is about to break out. As the blood-red light emitted by the Ice King fruit grew thicker and its exotic fragrance became more intense, a scent the same color as the blood-red light mixed into it and was absorbed by these few magical beasts. Yet, the few magical beasts were completely unaware of all this. Their originally clear eyes seemed to slowly become tinged with a trace of mindless madness. Screech. Roar. Following the series of beast roars, the remaining magical beasts each began to unleash their magic, attacking one another. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was the armored black tortoise, known for its steady nature. The armored black tortoise gathered magical power around its body toward its mouth, and a blue-white breath attack shot out. Just as the breath attack was about to hit the Ice Scar Magic Tiger, who would have thought that the Vajra Snow Ape nearby would erect an ice wall shimmering with golden light in front of it. This ice wall was a unique innate magic of the Vajra Snow Ape clan, Vajra Ice. It lacked the cold air of ordinary ice-type magic but possessed the strength of Vajra, pushing ice-type defense to the extreme. It seems the Ice Scar Magic Tiger and this Vajra Snow Ape are allies. Otherwise, as one of the overlords of the Ice Plains, the Vajra Snow Ape wouldn't have helped block the armored black tortoise's attack. Deer thought to himself as he watched the scene before him. With the armored black tortoise's attack, the war for the Ice King fruit officially began. In the sky, the red-white magic dragon and the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix were locked in battle. Meanwhile, another aerial overlord, the Hurricane Snow Eagle, dove into the valley, its sharp talons reaching out to grab the Snow Crystal Dragon Python. On the other side, the Violent Ice Demon Wolf King swung its claws, which were wreathed in cold wind, at the Ice Scar Magic Tiger. The Ice Scar Magic Tiger showed no fear, swinging its own ice crystal-like tiger claws to meet the attack. As for the Vajra Snow Ape that had blocked the armored black tortoise's attack, after releasing the ice wall, it gathered its magical power, forming an ice cudgel wrapped in golden patterns in its hands, and charged toward the armored black tortoise. Roar, screech, howl. Hiding in a crevice, Deer could only desperately suppress his magical fluctuations and life aura as he watched the scene, for any one of the giant beasts before him could easily kill Deer. It was still too impulsive. Although there was the scent of fighting blood, who would have thought that the ripening of the Ice King fruit would attract all the magical beast overlords of the Ice Plains? It seems I can only hope this battle ends as soon as possible. Just as Deer was suppressing his aura and carefully observing the battle in the valley, the fierce conflict before him took a turn. Naturally, the Dragon Python clan was restrained by the Avian clan, and the Hurricane Snow Eagle had maintained the advantage of flight. As time passed, wounds from the Hurricane Snow Eagle's sharp talons appeared on the coiled body of the Snow Crystal Dragon Python. Scarlet blood stained the snow around the Snow Crystal Dragon Python red. However, the cold currents released by the Snow Crystal Dragon Python were always dodged by the Hurricane Snow Eagle. Seeing that the movements of the Snow Crystal Dragon Python were becoming increasingly sluggish, the Hurricane Snow Eagle seemed to see victory and let out a loud cry. Immediately, its body, enveloped in a hurricane, flew rapidly toward the Snow Crystal Dragon Python, seemingly intending to deliver a final blow. Then, just as the Hurricane Snow Eagle's talons grabbed onto the body of the Snow Crystal Dragon Python, the python, which had previously become sluggish, suddenly turned around. Its coiled body suddenly wrapped around the Hurricane Snow Eagle with lightning speed, while its head opened its blood-red maw and bit onto the neck of the Hurricane Snow Eagle. Cold air radiated from its mouth, and drops of venom containing intense cold poison entered the Hurricane Snow Eagle's body through its fangs. Screech. How could the Hurricane Snow Eagle have expected such a change? Moreover, the Snow Crystal Dragon Python clan living on the Ice Plains had always been famous for their powerful ice-type magic and scales with outstanding defense. As dragon pythons, the Snow Crystal Dragon Python clan possessed neither venom nor fangs. The Snow Crystal Dragon Python has mutated. Aside from ice-type magic, it actually has fangs. It seems the Snow Crystal Dragon Python has won this battle. Watching the Snow Crystal Dragon Python's sudden counterattack, Deer was also very surprised. As the Snow Crystal Dragon Python's massive body coiled tighter and tighter, the movements of the Hurricane Snow Eagle grew weaker, and slowly, the light faded from its eyes. Sensing that the Hurricane Snow Eagle was no longer moving, the Snow Crystal Dragon Python slowly loosened its body from around the eagle. However, before the Snow Crystal Dragon Python could recover, the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix, which had been confronting the red-white magic dragon in the air, suddenly swooped down. Its talons, wreathed in Nirvana Phoenix flame, tore directly into the body of the Snow Crystal Dragon Python, and with extreme speed, it extracted an ice-green snake gallbladder emitting astonishing cold air and swallowed it. With the extraction of the gallbladder, accompanied by intense pain, the body of the Snow Crystal Dragon Python slowly ceased all movement. The Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix, having swallowed the Snow Crystal Dragon Python's gallbladder, suddenly emitted an ice-blue light from its body, which had previously been depleted of magical power, and its magical power surged as a result. Screech. With its magical power greatly increased, the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix charged toward the red-white magic dragon once more, and all of this happened in an instant. As the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix flapped its wings, gorgeous Nirvana Phoenix flames formed blue-white flowers of fire that swarmed toward the red-white magic dragon. Watching the swarming Nirvana Phoenix flames, although the red-white magic dragon had some depletion of magical power, it remained completely fearless. The dragon race was proud, even the sub-dragon race. Roar. The red-white magic dragon opened its wide mouth, and a white beam of light tinged with blood-red radiance shot from its mouth toward the Nirvana Phoenix flames. A dragon race exclusive magic, roar. It seems the bloodline of this red-white magic dragon is not low. Watching the beam of light shooting from the red-white magic dragon's mouth, Deer fell into deep thought. The red-white magic dragon was not actually a pure ice-type dragon. It could be said that it was the offspring of an ice-type dragon and the blood-type magical beast, the red-armored giant lizard. The roar emitted by the red-white magic dragon possessed both the cold air of an ice-type dragon and the corrosive magical power of the red-armored giant lizard. However, due to its impure bloodline, the power of the ice-type cold air in the red-white magic dragon's roar was not as strong as that of a pure ice-type dragon. And now, the reason the red-white magic dragon was competing for the Ice King fruit was to purify the dragon bloodline within its body and become a pure ice-type dragon. Boom! Dragon's roar and Nirvana Phoenix flame collided in the air, creating a violent surge as blue-white magic mixed with blood-red energy scattered in all directions. The massive magic fluctuations dispersed the falling snow above the extreme north ice plain. The sky directly above the valley cliffs seemed even clearer and brighter than usual. The fierce battle in the sky did not affect the combat within the valley at all. The Vajra snow ape and the armored black tortoise were magical beasts famous for their physical defense, while the violent ice demon wolf king and the ice scar magic tiger were known for their speed. The Vajra snow ape's Vajra ice magic formed a suit of armor around its body, while the armored black tortoise used its sea-covering magic to create a thin film that clung tightly to its sturdy shell. The golden glowing Vajra snow ape and the black radiating armored black tortoise crashed into each other. Besides using their magic to increase their defense, both fought in the most primitive way. If the Vajra snow ape and the armored black tortoise were warriors, then the ice scar magic tiger and the violent ice demon wolf king on the other side were the most outstanding assassins. The ice scar magic tiger and violent ice demon wolf clans living in the extreme north ice plain were proficient in wind magic in addition to ice magic. Wrapping wind magic around their limbs and bodies to increase their speed, while imbuing their claws and fangs with ice magic to increase attack power, this was the hunting method of the ice scar magic tiger and violent ice demon wolf clans. Driven by wind element magic, the ice scar magic tiger and the violent ice demon wolf king were like two streaks of light, chasing and fighting each other at speeds invisible to the naked eye. On the snow-covered earth, one could only hear the roars of beasts, but no shadows could be seen. As time passed, this bloody battle drew to a close. The four beasts, including the ice scar magic tiger, who were originally in a standoff, had somehow become entangled with each other. The ice scar magic tiger and the violent ice demon wolf king abandoned their speed advantage and poured all their magic into ice magic to increase their attack power. The armored black tortoise also abandoned its conservative defensive strategy, using magic to enhance its physical strength and crushing the other three beasts like a tank. As for the Vajra snow ape, it also gave up its long staff made of Vajra ice, covering its hands directly with Vajra ice to form a pair of gauntlets, and attacked the other three beasts. Roar! Ferocious roars rang out from time to time, and hot blood fell on the snow, melting much of the accumulation. Wild Deer was watching the intense battle before him with rapt attention. The red-white magic dragon and ice crystal snow phoenix, who were still testing each other with magic above the valley, began close-quarters combat, perhaps because their magic was exhausted. The noble dragon-type sub-dragon and the phoenix-type Luan species both displayed the most primitive wild beauty. Gorgeous phoenix feathers and sturdy dragon scales fell from the sky. Then, while the ice crystal snow phoenix and the red-white magic dragon were fighting at close range, Deer noticed that the phoenix feathers at the back of the ice crystal snow phoenix's tail had lit up at some point. The red-white magic dragon, captivated by the battle before it, noticed nothing. Roar! The red-white magic dragon's massive tail whipped mercilessly against the ice crystal snow phoenix's body, causing the Luan to let out a shrill cry of pain. However, just as the red-white magic dragon wanted to move closer to bite the ice crystal snow phoenix, the phoenix feathers behind the Luan spread out like a fan. The dazzling blue-white light caused the red-white magic dragon to instinctively close its eyes. At that moment, the phoenix feathers behind the ice crystal snow phoenix transformed into 6 ice spears wrapped in Nirvana Phoenix flame, piercing deep into the red-white magic dragon's chest. Roar! The heavily injured red-white magic dragon became even more frenzied, its eyes covered in blood red, no longer showing a hint of clarity. Ignoring its heavy injuries, the red-white magic dragon charged forward fiercely, and the phoenix feathers that had turned into ice spears pierced right through its body. Upon reaching the ice crystal snow phoenix, the red-white magic dragon opened its massive maw and bit down on the Luan's neck. The ice crystal snow phoenix tried to dodge, but the phoenix feathers behind it were firmly fixed inside the red-white magic dragon's body. This was because the red-white magic dragon had surged its magic and muscles to prevent the ice crystal snow phoenix from pulling the feathers out. Screech! The ice crystal snow phoenix, bitten by the red-white magic dragon, couldn't help but struggle violently. The two were like beasts without a shred of sanity, with nothing left in their eyes but the coldest, bloodiest madness. As the blood of the ice crystal snow phoenix and the red-white magic dragon splattered, they seemed to forget their physical instincts in their madness, their waving wings stopped, and their massive bodies fell toward the valley like two giant meteors. Boom! The snow-covered valley was kicked up like a surging wave of snowflakes, and solid rocks crumbled and scattered under the force of the impact. The cold valley floor was crushed down a layer by their bodies. The four beasts, including the ice scar magic tiger, who were still fighting in the valley, were crushed to pieces by the bodies of the red-white magic dragon and the ice crystal snow phoenix. Under this impact, the rock crevice where Deer was located was also covered by shattered rocks, and the originally solid rock wall began to collapse. I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Seeing that the rock crevice was about to collapse, Deer didn't care about hiding his magic anymore. He activated both the scent of strength and the scent of azure wings, shattered the rocks with brute force, and flew out with his wings spread. Now that the red-white magic dragon and the ice crystal snow phoenix were only heavily injured and dying, it was very dangerous for Deer to come out, because either one of them could take Deer's life with just a flick of a finger. Under the force of this impact, the ice crystal snow phoenix, whose eyes had been bloodshot, seemed to regain a sliver of sanity. Sensing the magic power on Deer in the distance, the ice crystal snow phoenix flapped the phoenix feathers on its tail, sending a stream of nirvana phoenix flame hurtling toward Deer at the speed of wind. Even with such severe injuries, it still has magic power left to attack me. Moreover, the red-white magic dragon nearby hasn't even recovered from the blood struggle aroma yet. I didn't expect the ice crystal snow phoenix to wake up already. Earlier, when the high-level magic beasts in the valley were fighting for the Ice King fruit, Deer had secretly released the blood struggle aroma. This was a mineral aroma Deer had refined from a blood-sworn stone he found in Pegasus's treasure vault. The effect of the blood struggle aroma is to stimulate the blood and chi within the body, igniting one's magic power and physical strength. Under the influence of this power, humans and beasts who smell the aroma become extremely excited and bloodthirsty. The longer it lasts, the more insane they become, eventually losing their reason like wild beasts. Although the magic beasts in the valley would have fought over the Ice King fruit anyway, they wouldn't have lost their sanity if not for the influence of the blood struggle aroma, which led them to abandon their magic and choose the most primitive way to slaughter each other. As expected of the ice crystal snow phoenix, the creature closest to the Phoenix clan. I didn't think it would briefly snap out of the blood struggle aroma. But since I've been discovered, I have no choice but to stake everything on one throw. Watching the approaching Nirvana Phoenix flame, Deer knew he couldn't dodge. Stealing his heart, he pulled 3 bottles of aroma from his robes, and his magic power surged frantically into the bottles. Aroma magic. Protection of Mother Earth. Aroma magic. Ice crystal rock wall. Aroma magic. Defensive aroma, physical augmentation. A massive gold and pink magic circle appeared in Deer's hand. As the circle manifested, the phantom of an earth-yellow goddess with a human torso and a snake tail appeared behind him. At the same time, a rock wall composed of ice crystals, condensed from the cold air in the valley, appeared in front of Deer. Releasing 3 types of aroma magic in succession, and none of them were ordinary ones, Deer's magic power was near its limit. He didn't even have enough magic left to maintain the azure wings on his back. Protection of Mother Earth was an aroma Deer prepared using Gorgon hair and Realgar nurtured deep within the earth. This aroma pushed the defensive power of earth element magic to its peak. Meanwhile, the ice crystal rock wall was formulated by Deer using Ichia's private stash of ice soul rock mixed with the pollen of magic absorbing spirit flowers. It could absorb ice element magic factors from the air to form an ice crystal rock wall. These were all new types of aromas Deer had specifically developed while out training and searching for materials. No one even in Blue Pegasus knew about them. Deep within the extreme North Ice Plain, the one thing that was never in short supply was ice element magic factors. In this environment, the ice crystal rock wall Deer created this time was much larger than what he had shown during testing, and the magic power distributed across it was much denser. Just as Deer was rapidly casting his magic, the Nirvana Phoenix flame released by the ice crystal snow phoenix slammed into the ice crystal rock wall in front of him. As the scorching yet frigid Nirvana Phoenix flame spread over the wall, the ice crystals acted like melting butter, and a hole was quickly melted through by the flame. However, the originally radiant Nirvana Phoenix flame seemed to have consumed a significant amount of magic power by melting the wall, and its magical luster grew somewhat dim. After melting through the ice crystal rock wall, the Nirvana Phoenix flame continued its flight toward Deer. When the flame came into contact with the earth-yellow shield formed by the protection of Mother Earth, the previously dim Nirvana Phoenix flame suddenly flared with light. Watching this scene, Deer's eyes widened. He could only instinctively put his arms in front of him to protect his head. Following the brilliant flash from the Nirvana Phoenix flame, a violent explosion shattered the shield in front of Deer into pieces. Simultaneously, a massive shockwave struck Deer. A blood-red light flashed briefly on his body before he was sent flying by the impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. By the time the fluctuation ceased, Deer lay motionless in a pile of ice crystals and rock debris, his golden-brown hair covering his bleeding eyes. Seeing this, the ice crystal snow phoenix let out a long cry, then turned back to face the red-white magic dragon, which was waking up from its daze caused by the fall from high altitude. From the moment the ice crystal snow phoenix released the Nirvana Phoenix flame to the moment it hit Deer, only an instant had passed. Roar! Scree! The awakened red-white magic dragon and ice crystal snow phoenix were both unable to fly due to their injuries. However, as a dragon-type magic beast, the red-white magic dragon had a physical advantage over the phoenix-type ice crystal snow phoenix. As the red-white magic dragon swung its claws, the ice crystal snow phoenix could only use its injured wings to block in front of it. Scree! The dragon's claws tore right through the ice crystal snow phoenix's wings. With a powerful yank, it actually ripped the wings clean off. Due to its wings being torn off, the ice crystal snow phoenix let out a shrill, miserable scream. However, driven by the severity of its injuries, the ice crystal snow phoenix was also provoked into a ruthless frenzy. Using the last of its magic power, it coated its talons and sharp beak in Nirvana Phoenix flame. Its sharp beak pecked right through the red-white magic dragon's eye. Meanwhile, its talons, covered in Nirvana Phoenix flame, broke through the dragon's sturdy scales and pierced straight through the red-white magic dragon's heart. Roar! Feeling its heart crushed by the ice crystal snow phoenix, the red-white magic dragon sensed its life force draining away. With its final breath, it bit down on the ice crystal snow phoenix's neck. Looking at the ruthlessness in the dragon's remaining eye and its powerful jaws, it seemed intent on snapping the ice crystal snow phoenix's neck directly. This evenly matched battle of life and death was about to reach its conclusion. Screech! With its phoenix neck bitten by the red-white magic dragon, the ice crystal snow phoenix struggled desperately as bright red blood mixed with icy blue blood flowed from the dragon's maw. Seeing that the red-white magic dragon showed no sign of letting go, the ice crystal snow phoenix steeled its heart and directly burned its internal life force, using it to fuel the Nirvana Phoenix flame. Up until now, even though members of the Phoenix race naturally possessed deeper magic power than those of the dragon race's red-white magic dragon, the ice crystal snow phoenix's magic power had already been exhausted after several consecutive bloody battles. According to the ice crystal snow phoenix's plan, it wanted to use a portion of its life force to fuel the Nirvana Phoenix flame to directly incinerate the red-white magic dragon's remaining life force and achieve victory. Then, it would use its final bit of life force to pluck the Ice King fruit and complete its final bloodline nirvana. This way, the consumed life force would not only be restored, but it could also use the magic power of the Ice King fruit to successfully undergo nirvana and become an Ice Phoenix, achieving two goals at once. But when the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix released the Nirvana Phoenix flame, it discovered that while it had originally only intended to release a portion of its life force was now continuously draining away, and the released Nirvana Phoenix flame was much more powerful than expected. However, at this moment, the increased power of the Nirvana Phoenix flame was not a good thing for the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix. Roar! With its head enveloped by the Nirvana Phoenix flame released by the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix, the red-white magic dragon let out a low growl, and the dragon mouth biting the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix's neck slowly lost its strength. The biting dragon teeth also seemed to release the ice crystal snow phoenix's neck as the red-white magic dragon's life came to an end. Boom! The red-white magic dragon's massive body collapsed into the snow, splashing up flying snow. The never-ending snowfall in the sky also seemed to be seeing off the passing of this generation's king of magical beasts. However, with the fall of the red-white magic dragon, the ice crystal snow phoenix, burning with the Nirvana Phoenix flame, still did not stop releasing the flame. In fact, as the ice crystal snow phoenix's life force continued to drain, the burning Nirvana Phoenix flame became exceptionally massive. The blazing flames directly evaporated all the surrounding snow, and the space around the flames seemed to distort due to the temperature. Screech. Sensing that something was wrong with the life force inside its body, the ice crystal snow phoenix couldn't help but let out an angry cry. However, due to the continuous loss of life force and the release of the Nirvana Phoenix flame, the current ice crystal snow phoenix could not move even half an inch. Moving even slightly would cause the magic power within its body to become chaotic, leading to the magic power directly rupturing its body and causing it to explode and die. Following the ice crystal snow phoenix's cry, the Nirvana Phoenix flame, which was originally a large fireball, directly turned into a pillar of blue-white flame, enveloping the ice crystal snow phoenix's magnificent body. However, this pillar of flame came quickly and disappeared just as fast, as if this pillar was the manifestation of the ice crystal snow phoenix's final life. As the light pillar vanished, the ice crystal snow phoenix that was originally enveloped by it also became silent. It lay quietly in the snow, allowing the drifting snow to cover its body. As time passed, the flying snow of the extreme north ice plain soon covered the fallen red-white magic dragon and ice crystal snow phoenix with a thick layer of snow. In the valley, only the sound of the whistling north wind and the ice king fruit being fought over by the various magical beasts remained. At this time, after absorbing the blood chi of many ice attribute magical beasts, the ice king fruit had matured. The ice king fruit, which originally glowed with a bloody light, was now only left with pure white. This white seemed to be a convergence of all the purest colors in the world, a pure white without a hint of impurity. Boom! At that moment, the pile of rocks where Deer had fallen made a sound. A massive piece of rubble was pushed aside, and Deer slowly walked out of the rock pile step by step. Looking at the red-white magic dragon and ice crystal snow phoenix before him, Deer was silent for a moment. Then, his furrowed brows relaxed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Aroma magic. Life burst. Aroma magic. Tortoise breath. It turned out that just as Deer was hit by the ice crystal snow phoenix's magic, he used the splashing snow and ice crystals to hide his magic circle and released aroma magic, tortoise breath. This was prepared by Deer using the shell of a carapace tortoise mixed with the roots of shadowless grass and the sap of anti-magic vine. It could freeze the life force within a person's body and, with the help of the anti-magic vine, eliminate one's own magic power. Originally, Deer had intended to use this aroma as a life-saving measure to freeze his life force. He hadn't expected to use it here today, which was why Deer had fallen into a state of suspended animation just now. As for aroma magic, life burst, it was a byproduct of Deer's creation of the blood struggle aroma. It could stimulate the life force in the body to burst forth with massive magic power, but this aroma had a huge side effect. That is, after using the aroma, the life force would drain at an accelerated rate until it was completely gone, finally leaving the person exhausted to death. That was why Deer called it a byproduct of the blood struggle aroma. Normally, relying on this aroma alone would be impossible to trigger the ice crystal snow phoenix's life force. But who would have thought that the ice crystal snow phoenix would actually consume its own life force? This turned the original gap in its life force into a faucet that couldn't be turned off under the influence of the life burst aroma. That was why the ice crystal snow phoenix's life force had been continuously draining just now. Phew, I didn't expect the aroma I created unintentionally would have such an effect. This time was also thanks to luck. But next time, I must be fully prepared before going to such dangerous places to collect materials. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to play like this. Looking at the corpses of the red-white magic dragon and the ice crystal snow phoenix before him, Deer secretly felt lucky. Then, next is the time to accept my spoils of war. Turning his head, Deer saw the fully matured Ice King fruit and could no longer suppress his excitement, hurriedly walking toward it. The Ice King fruit, I finally got it. So, according to my previous plan, my first true aroma magic will be completed with this Ice King fruit. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Fairy Tale. Joining Blue Pegasus at the start. Part 2. Looking at the Ice King fruit before him, Deer couldn't help but think about how he had searched for months in this vast extreme North Ice Plain. He had then spent several more months waiting for the Ice King fruit to ripen. Having finally obtained it through schemes that felt like pulling chestnuts from the fire among numerous magic beasts, Deer couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It really wasn't easy, but for my aroma magic, everything is worth it. While thinking, Deer released his talent magic, domain, absolute control. He took out the harvesting tools he had prepared beforehand and carefully picked the Ice King fruit. The talent magic, domain, absolute control, is a type of space magic. It is with the help of this talent magic that Deer can precisely create all kinds of aromas. At the same time, as a type of space magic, it naturally possesses its own space. This space is usually used by Deer to store the aromas he creates and his daily necessities, which greatly improves the convenience of his travels and training. Next, I need to find a quiet place to process the Ice King fruit, extract its essence, and turn it into an aroma. After picking the Ice King fruit, Deer waved his hand and placed it into his domain. He looked around, intending to find a stable place to create the aroma. Inadvertently, Deer looked up and saw the ice crystal snow phoenix's phoenix nest on the cliff. As the top magic beast king of the extreme North Ice Plain, the ice crystal snow phoenix's nest is tainted with its aura. Naturally, no magic beast would dare to invade it. A great battle has just occurred in this valley, and the air is filled with the auras and magic fluctuations of various magic beast kings. This will make the magic beasts in the extreme North Ice Plain even more afraid to approach this place. Where could be safer than here right now? Thinking this, Deer approached the bodies of the various magic beasts, stored their corpses into his domain, and walked toward the ice crystal snow phoenix's nest on the cliff. He planned to create the aroma using the Ice King fruit as a medium within the ice crystal snow phoenix's nest. It's so big. Although Deer already thought the ice crystal snow phoenix's nest was large from the bottom of the valley. It wasn't until he got close that he truly realized just how massive a nest capable of accommodating the ice crystal snow phoenix's enormous body really was. The nest was forged from ice crystals, with massive icicles serving as the main structure, interspersed with a few pure white branches, making it look exceptionally magnificent. When Deer laboriously climbed into the nest, he discovered that there was actually a whole other world inside. There was a thin mist inside the nest. This was a sign of a massive amount of magic power being confined within this space and beginning to liquefy. Beneath the mist, the nest emitted a faint, icy blue fluorescence. At the bottom of the nest, pieces of precious ice attribute profound ice were laid out flatly. On top of the profound ice, there was also a layer of hay mats composed of ice attribute magic plants, giving the nest a faint plant aroma. I didn't expect the ice crystal snow phoenix to be so meticulous, even building its nest with various precious ice attribute magic materials. Then again, a phoenix does not land on treasureless land. The ice crystal snow phoenix is, after all, a magic beast with the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, so it naturally inherited this trait. Thinking of this, Deer no longer found the magnificent nest before him surprising. Well then, I'll first use the abundant magic power here to recover the magic power in my body, and then I'll begin. After saying that, Deer sat down cross-legged, sinking his mind into the magic source within his body. He activated the magic source to absorb the magic power in the nest to restore his own. Due to the abundant magic power in the ice crystal snow phoenix's nest, Deer quickly recovered his magic power. In fact, because of the experience of this great battle, the capacity of the magic source in Deer's body had also expanded slightly. According to the classification of mage levels, Deer's current magic capacity was one step closer to that of an S-class mage. Once his magic power was restored, Deer impatiently took out the aroma-making equipment from his domain, arranged it neatly in front of him, and then carefully took out the stored Ice King fruit. Because of the rarity of the Ice King fruit, Deer essentially only had one chance. Fortunately, Deer had been learning aroma making from Ichiya for the past few years. At the same time, thanks to the power of domain, absolute control, Deer had extensive experience in creating aromas. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary pharmacist or aroma maker facing the rare Ice King fruit before them, they might not even know where to start. Now, let's begin. Deer placed the Ice King fruit into the extraction dish and activated the magic power in his body, covering the fruit and allowing it to operate on its own. Then, through the evaporation of magic power, he extracted its essence. As the magic power was activated, the Ice King fruit emitted a faint white light, and crystal clear water droplets began to emerge from it. This was the essence of the Ice King fruit stimulated by magic power. The Ice King fruit slowly shrank at a visible rate. However, when it had shrunk by more than half, it suddenly stopped. Oh no, I didn't expect the magic power in this Ice King fruit to be so pure, it's twice as pure as what's described in the books. What Deer didn't know was that as a top-tier ice attribute magic plant, the Ice King fruit could gather the ice attribute magic power of heaven and earth to help magic beasts purify their bloodlines. However, the ripening of the Ice King fruit also relied on the bloodline power of ice attribute magic beasts. Therefore, the quality of the Ice King fruit was also affected by the bloodline power of the magic beasts it absorbed. This Ice King fruit had first absorbed the bloodline power of various ice attribute magic beasts in the extreme north ice plane. Then, it had absorbed the bloodline power of various magic beast kings, and finally, it had even absorbed the dragon bloodline of the red-white magic dragon and the phoenix bloodline of the ice crystal snow phoenix, pushing its effects directly to the peak. Therefore, the magic power of this Ice King fruit was much stronger than usual. This won't do. If this continues, the magic power inside the Ice King fruit will become chaotic, and the fruit will be ruined. Once the Ice King fruit began to take effect, it couldn't be stopped. Thinking of this, Deer's heart stirred, and a crystal mixed with icy blue flames appeared before him. This was the ice crystal Snow Phoenix's Phoenix crystal, which Deer had dug out from its body. Right now, Deer intended to use the power of the ice crystal Snow Phoenix to refine the magic essence of the Ice King fruit. I can only give it a try. Deer had never tried relying on external objects for purification. To ensure the purity of the aroma, both Ichiya and Deer always relied on their own magic power as a neutralizer. Now that Deer was using the ice crystal Snow Phoenix's power for purification, one careless move could contaminate the power of the Ice King fruit. Success or failure depends on this one move. As Deer took out the Phoenix crystal of the ice crystal Snow Phoenix, the Phoenix crystal spontaneously began to attract the surrounding magic power. Deer did not dare to delay and quickly threw the Phoenix crystal into the extraction dish containing the Ice King fruit, while simultaneously suspending the Ice King fruit above the Phoenix crystal. Then, as Deer's magic power surged, the Phoenix crystal of the ice crystal Snow Phoenix emitted a blue-white Nirvana Phoenix flame, which was the most fundamental power of the ice crystal Snow Phoenix. The Nirvana Phoenix flame enveloped the Ice King fruit. Under the power of the Phoenix crystal, the Ice King fruit, which had originally stopped functioning, continued to operate, and the magic power within its body continued to be purified and extracted. However, this time, the small water droplets extracted had tiny white flames flickering on their crystal clear surfaces. If Deer hadn't been staring intently at the extraction dish, he might not have noticed them. I don't know if it's good or bad, but since I've come this far, I can only continue. Looking at the flames on the small water droplets, Deer's heart felt a bit heavy. But he couldn't stop now. Deer could only extract the essence of the Ice King fruit as quickly as possible to prevent any further complications. As time passed, with the help of the Phoenix crystal of the ice crystal Snow Phoenix, the essence of the Ice King fruit was quickly extracted. Subsequently, the Phoenix crystal seemed to have exhausted its energy, turning into an ordinary crystal stone. Deer channeled his magic power into the essence liquid of the Ice King fruit, guiding the liquid through a drainage tube into a container made of magic sealing stone. Looking at the essence inside the container, Deer couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Through his magic perception just now, Deer discovered that the power of the Ice King fruit had not been contaminated by the Phoenix crystal. In fact, due to the influence of the Phoenix crystal's Nirvana Phoenix flame, it was even purer than the essence he had extracted using his own magic power. However, this essence liquid might have been extracted via the Nirvana Phoenix flame, resulting in it also containing a very pure power of the Nirvana Phoenix flame. That's right, perhaps under the power of the Ice King fruit itself to evolve bloodlines, the originally not so pure Nirvana Phoenix flame of the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix was now no different from the Life Phoenix flame of the Ice Phoenix clan. But the current essence liquid's power is too strong. With the materials I prepared before, there's simply no way to neutralize this power. According to the materials I prepared, as soon as I put them in, they will be swallowed up by the Ice King fruit and the Nirvana Phoenix flame. Looking at the strange essence liquid before him, Deer couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Just as Deer sank his mind into his own domain, intending to search for any usable materials, his mind discovered the corpse of the red-white magic dragon lying in a corner of the domain space. I have it. There's a way. As a member of the Dragon Clan, which is as famous as the Phoenix Clan, the dragon crystal of this red-white magic dragon contains power that is definitely not inferior to the Phoenix crystal of the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix. Using the dragon crystal as a mediator to balance its power against the power of the Phoenix crystal, and then using the power of the Ice King fruit to fuse them, yes, this will definitely work. Looking at the corpse of the red-white magic dragon within the domain, Deer couldn't help but be a bit excited. Because for Deer, this was the best material to harmonize the essence liquid containing the Nirvana Phoenix flame. Deer took out the dragon crystal of the red-white magic dragon from the domain space and simultaneously took out various materials he had collected earlier. He first formulated a potion using the fruit of the corrosive tree and placed the dragon crystal inside. Soon, the dragon crystal began to slowly melt within the potion. Because the bloodline of the red-white magic dragon also contained the bloodline of the blood-type magic beast, the red-armored giant lizard, the power of the red-armored giant lizard contained within the dragon crystal had to be removed first. And the immense corrosive ability contained in the fruit of the corrosive tree could easily break down the sturdy dragon crystal. Under Deer's preparation, the melted dragon crystal would only leave behind the purest magic power of an ice dragon. Soon, the originally bubbling solution returned to a calm state. Deer steadily poured away the calm solution. Looking at the white granular crystals at the bottom, Deer carefully picked them out with tweezers. These tiny crystals were the essence of the ice dragon's power contained within the dragon crystal of the red-white magic dragon. Success or failure depends on this one move. Deer poured the crystallized dragon crystal of the red-white magic dragon into the essence liquid containing the Nirvana Phoenix flame, while simultaneously increasing his magic power to make the dragon crystal's power quickly fuse into it. With a thought, a translucent circular light shield emerged from Deer's body, quickly enveloping both Deer and the essence liquid in his hand. This was Deer's innate magic domain, absolute control. Relying on the ability of his innate magic, Deer could precisely control all changes in the essence liquid in his hand. With the help of Deer's magic power adjustment, any accidents were corrected by Deer using his own magic power. Under the manipulation of Deer's magic power, the dragon crystal and the essence liquid quickly fused together. Midway, with the intervention of the dragon crystal, the Nirvana Phoenix flame in the essence liquid even flared up with intense flames in rejection, but stimulated by the flames, the dragon crystal also emitted an intense cold air. While the two were at a stalemate, Deer quickly used his magic power to guide the power of the Ice King fruit to tightly wrap around the powers of both. At the same time, using his own magic power as fuel, he activated the power of the Ice King fruit. With the intervention of the Ice King fruit, the Nirvana Phoenix flame and the cold air of the dragon crystal were quickly brought under its control. Seeing the essence liquid in his hand slowly return to calm, Deer could no longer help but laugh out loud. It's done. It's finally done. The aroma magic of my dreams has finally been created by me. Next, as long as I use the magic source in my body to analyze the components of this aroma and assimilate its power into my magic source, I will be able to release my aroma magic without the help of this fragrance. The moment he got the aroma, Deer already knew what the aroma he created using the Ice King fruit was capable of through the domain's analysis. Compared to Deer's original plan, Perhaps because it contained the powers of the Phoenix Crystal and the Dragon Crystal, the power of this magic was much stronger than estimated. The next step was to assimilate the power of the aroma into Deer's body. This step was a familiar path for Deer. Since the most difficult step had already succeeded, this step was completely pressure-free for him. Soon, through Deer's innate magic, domain, absolute control, Deer successfully integrated the aroma created by the Ice King fruit into the magic source in his body. Because this bottle of aroma had absorbed the magic power of the Ice King fruit, the red-white magic dragon, and the ice crystal snow phoenix, it erupted with massive magic power after Deer integrated the aroma into his body. This massive magic power doubled the width of the magic source in Deer's body and simultaneously filled it up. Because of this magic power, Deer's strength could be said to have increased significantly. If Deer had only taken a step toward the strength of an S-class mage because of that previous great battle, then the magic power in Deer's body now was no inferior to that of an S-class mage. In fact, because Deer's magic source had been widened, his magic power was even stronger than that of an S-class mage. Now let me see just how strong this magic of mine, which combines aroma magic and the domain, really is. Once Deer successfully assimilated the aroma, he could no longer hold back. He activated his aroma magic, and his cyan wings flew out of the phoenix nest. Standing on the cliff, Deer activated the magic power in his body. Soon, a huge silver-white magic circle interspersed with ice blue appeared in front of him. Aroma magic domain. Blood rock cliff of the ice crystal beast. As the magic circle disappeared, with Deer as the center, the space within a 10-kilometer radius began to distort. After the space distorted, wisps of silver-white and ice blue smoke appeared in the space within a 10-mile radius, slowly rising into the sky. This smoke was the aroma created by the Ice King fruit, converted from Deer's magic power. In the instant the aroma appeared, the space covering a 10-mile radius was like a pool of water with ripples, and simultaneously, the magic power of Earth-land rapidly gathered toward the space. In an instant, a valley filled with ice crystals appeared in the space, and a towering cliff stood majestically within the valley. The valley was filled with various ice-type magic beasts, but these beasts were all composed of ice crystals. At the very top of the cliff was a magnificent phoenix nest, and on the cliff wall was a deep cave. One could vaguely hear the sounds of phoenix cries and dragon roars coming from the phoenix nest in the cave. If someone were in the valley where Deer was, they would discover that all the creations of the domain space released by Deer were exactly the same as the valley he was currently in. It was just that there were many more ice crystal beasts in the valley, the majestic cliff was much taller, and there was an additional cave on the cliff wall. This was Deer truly combining his innate magic, domain, absolute control, with aroma magic, a unique aroma magic of his own. Using the characteristics of the aroma to attract the ubiquitous magic power particles in the air of Earth-land and confining them within his own domain space. At the same time, combining the characteristics of the aroma and magic power to construct a unique spatial domain. Within this domain, Deer had absolute control over everything through his absolute control of the domain. Because everything in the space was, in the final analysis, composed of magic power. With a thought from Deer, an ice blue phoenix and a dragon covered in silver blue scales flew out of the magnificent phoenix nest in the deep dragon cave. The ice phoenix and the giant dragon intertwined, flying and circling above the valley. As the ice phoenix and the giant dragon flapped their massive wings, gusts of piercing cold wind mixed with fine ice crystals fell from the sky into the valley, adding a touch of mystery to the already frigid valley. Looking at the ice phoenix and the giant dragon before him, Deer couldn't help but feel excited. From their appearance, it could be seen that the two magic beasts before him were a pure ice phoenix and an ice dragon. They were not the ice crystal snow phoenix and red-white magic dragon that only possessed phoenix bloodlines before. Through the effects of the Ice King fruit and the purification of Deer's magic power, the hidden bloodlines within the two were perfectly stimulated. Of course, it was also thanks to the fact that the ice crystal snow phoenix and the red-white magic dragon themselves possessed bloodlines closest to the phoenix and dragon clans. Otherwise, a single Ice King fruit would not have been enough to stimulate the bloodline power of both. Ice-type Phoenix Clan, Iris Ice Phoenix. Ice-type Dragon Clan, Silver-Scaled Ice Dragon. Through the flying Ice Phoenix and Giant Dragon, Deer quickly knew which type of phoenix and dragon clans they had awakened into after their bloodlines were activated. Both were natural ice-type mages of their races. Their unique phoenix magic and dragon magic allowed them to occupy a supreme position in the primordial era. And now, through Deer's magic, their figures were brought to life again. However, due to Deer's own magic power, the Iris Ice Phoenix and the Silver-Scaled Ice Dragon only possessed the magic power of an S-class mage. Nevertheless, due to the special nature of Phoenix magic and dragon magic, both were stronger than ordinary S-class mages. It seems that once I activate the second magic source in my body, the strength of both will be fully exerted, returning to their primordial peak. But with my current strength, although I can't compare to the 12 shields, I'm at least no worse than the 10 wizard saints. A 9-year-old 10 wizard saint, it seems I haven't shamed the transmigrator crowd, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Deer couldn't help but feel excited. However, Deer still underestimated his own strength and the impact of a 9-year-old 10 wizard saint. If the many mages of the Earth-land continent knew, it would definitely set off a massive storm. This is only the first step. Moreover, based on my current strength, creating new aromas later will be easier to complete. This time, if it weren't for the good luck of encountering the Ice Crystal Snow Phoenix, the Red-White Magic Dragon, and many other magic beasts killing each other, I wouldn't have been able to wait to pick the Ice King fruit. But the first step is always the hardest. Now that I've successfully developed my first aroma magic, the plans for future aroma magic will be easier to complete. While Deer was secretly contemplating, the magic originally shrouding the valley slowly dissipated at Deer's thought. Maintaining such a large space was also very consuming of magic power. Sir Barona, Blue Pegasus Guild. In the guild, Ichia was swirling a glass of red wine, sitting at the bar. He looked out at the noisy guild with a dazed expression, lost in thought. While Ichia was lost in thought, Master Bob, wearing a rose-red camisole, appeared beside him at some point. Era, little Ichia, it's rare to see you so quiet. Looking at you like this, are you thinking about little Deer? Hearing Master Bob's voice, Ichia snapped out of it. Master, Deer has been gone for half a year. Since he sent a message upon entering the extreme North Ice Plain, I haven't heard from him for 3 months. And the magic crystal used to contact him hasn't responded at all. I don't know how he's doing now. Little Ichia, you have to believe in little Deer. Although he's young, he's already a mage capable of standing on his own. And I've always believed that little Deer can go far on the path of magic. Believe me, until little Deer explores the very end of that path, he will be fine. Moreover, he is a member of Blue Pegasus. To freely pursue one's own path of magic is the conviction of Blue Pegasus. And on this point, little Deer has done very well. All we can do is believe in him and silently pray for him. Hearing Master Bob's words, Ichia knew all too well that going out to train was Deer's own wish. Even so, he couldn't suppress his worry for him. Moshi Moshi, Uncle Ichia, are you there? While Ichia and Master Bob were talking, a voice came from Ichia's person. This immediately caught the attention of the already sensitive Ichia, who recognized it as Deer's voice right away. Ichia impatiently pulled out a large communication magic crystal. This crystal ball was his link to Deer. As Ichia channeled his magic power, Deer's image soon appeared within the crystal. Long time no see, Uncle Ichia. Deer, on the other side of the magic crystal, saw Ichia's large face appear in the crystal and greeted him with a smile. Deer, it's really you. Where are you now? How do you feel? Are you hurt? Why haven't you contacted me for 3 months? Didn't we agree that you'd contact me every month? Why did it take so long this time? You brat, do you think your wings have grown strong enough to fly away? Seeing the face in the crystal getting larger and hearing Ichia's mixture of concern and anger, Deer couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Uncle Ichia, you're asking so many questions, which one should I answer first? Besides, I'm contacting you now, aren't I? I didn't contact you before because I had shielded the magic crystal. Otherwise, if its magic fluctuations had attracted attention, my concealment would have been for nothing. Attracted attention? Deer, did you run into some kind of danger? Hearing Deer's response, Ichia became even more anxious. No, Uncle Ichia. There were some small issues before, but they've all been resolved now. And I have some good news for you. I've finally created my own aroma magic, an aroma magic that truly incorporates my innate magic. Uncle Ichiya, my hypothesis was feasible. I succeeded, Deer said excitedly to Ichiya. Hearing Deer's words, Ichiya couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten. I knew it, Deer. You'd definitely be fine. After all, you are Ichiya's, nephew. But the process must have been very hard, right? Now, tell me exactly what happened during these 3 months we lost contact. That's right, little deer, tell us all about what happened during these 3 months. Master Bob, standing nearby, also spoke up. Era, the master is there too. All right then, I'll tell you both what happened. Deer then slowly recounted how he had obtained the Ice King fruit in the process of developing his aroma magic to Ichiya and Master Bob. However, he omitted many of the thrilling and dangerous parts from his story. Even so, Ichiya and Master Bob could imagine the hardships and dangers of the whole process. Seeing Deer's attitude of only reporting the good news and not the bad, they could only remain silent, though the heartache in their eyes deepened. So, Uncle Ichiya, aren't I amazing? This is my very own aroma magic. My current strength is definitely no worse than an S-class mage's. Deer didn't dare say his current strength could rival the 10 wizard saints, he was afraid of scaring Ichiya and Master Bob. So, he only told them he had the capabilities of an S-class mage. Looking at the excited Deer, Ichiya was silent for a moment before speaking. Deer, your uncle is proud of you. It seems you've successfully found your own path of magic. I believe your father and mother would be proud of you too. However, you brat, don't think that just because you have the power of an S-class mage, you are one. You're still a long way off. Being an S-class mage isn't just about reaching that level of strength. In terms of mission completion, the responsibilities of an S-class mage, and experience, you still have much to learn. If you ever put yourself in danger like this again, I will definitely notify sister-in-law Michelle and let her spank you until your bottom is black and blue. As Ichiya's voice grew more agitated, Deer couldn't help but give a wry smile. I understand, Uncle Ichiya. Please don't tell Mom. I'll be more careful next time. Deer said to Ichiya, covering his bottom with both hands. As long as you know. Men. In that case, I'll let you off this time. After saying that, the previously serious Ichiya returned to his usual eccentric self and began striking poses in front of the magic crystal. Ho ho ho, little Ichiya is so dishonest with his feelings, how cute. In that case, to celebrate little Deer's success, let's have a party today. As Master Bob's voice trailed off, Deer could clearly hear deafening cheers coming through the magic crystal. Deer is amazing. I didn't expect him to have S-class strength at such a young age. It looks like we're really getting old. A party for Deer today. I'll have to spar with Deer once he gets back. I wonder if little Deer has gotten even more handsome now. No way, I can't let Deer leave me behind. Listening to the familiar clamor from the magic crystal, Deer couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. This familiar noise was exactly the same as it was before he left the guild, and they hadn't grown distant during his 6-month absence. Indeed, in the world of fairy tale, while fairy tale is desirable, my guild isn't bad at all. At this thought, a smile couldn't help but appear on Deer's face. Men, alright, quiet down. Deer, are you planning to return to the guild now, or do you have other plans? Looking at the rowdy crowd, Ichiya stood on the bar counter, striking poses to signal for silence while continuing to ask Deer. Well, Uncle Ichiya, I plan to stay in the ice field for a while to familiarize myself with my magic, and then continue my training. Since this is only the first step of my aroma magic, don't worry. My current strength is enough to protect myself, so as before, I will contact you every month. Deer replied to Ichiya's inquiry. Men, very well. Since you have your own ideas, I won't interfere. But remember, when you have time, remember to go visit your mother. Yes, I understand, Uncle Ichiya. Well then, Master, everyone, I'll be taking my leave. After speaking, Deer waved at the magic crystal. The magical power of the crystal then disconnected, and the image floating within it vanished. Phew, alright, I'll spend the next month getting familiar with this. Aroma Magic Domain. Blood Rock Cliff of the Ice Crystal Beast. After that, all set out to find the materials for the next aroma magic. Deer let out a breath and sat cross-legged on what was originally the nest of the ice crystal snow phoenix. With a thought and a ripple in space, a massive ice crystal valley enveloped the original valley. Then, let's begin. The intense magical fluctuations and loud noises coming from the valley caused the magical beasts in the ice field to sense this enormous power. Weak magical beasts fled immediately upon sensing this power, while those who considered themselves strong were drawn to the valley, becoming the best sparring partners for Deer to practice his magic. A month passed quickly. Through sparring with various ice-type magical beasts, Deer soon mastered the use of his aroma magic and even developed a series of derivative spells, greatly enriching his combat options. I've stayed in this ice field for half a year, it's time to leave today. Deer stood on the cliff, feeling the snow falling from the sky. Without hesitation, an ice-blue magic circle lit up behind him, and a pair of magnificent phoenix wings appeared on his back. This was the result of Deer's research over the past month into the aroma magic domain, Blood Rock Cliff of the Ice Crystal Beast. By extracting the phoenix wings belonging to the Iris Ice Phoenix from the domain, he could attach them to his own body. Possessing the extreme speed of the Iris Ice Phoenix, they were much faster than the blue wings of Deer's previous aroma magic. Next, I'll head to the geocentric canyon in the south. According to the information I saw at the guild before, I'll definitely find the materials for my next aroma magic there. With that thought, Deer flapped his wings and flew rapidly toward the south. In the year X784, it had been 11 years since Deer joined Blue Pegasus. This year, Deer was 16 years old. It had been 7 years since Deer first set out to train and develop his own aroma magic. Although Deer had returned a few times in between, he spent most of his time traveling to find the materials needed to create his aroma magic. The most recent visit was a year ago, when Deer returned to the guild to attend the ceremony where the Magic Council awarded him the badge of the 10 Wizard Saints. When Deer was appointed as one of the 10 Wizard Saints by the Magic Council, the name Deer Wandre Su resonated throughout the entire continent of Earth Land. The youngest 10 Wizard Saint in history. A 10 Wizard Saint at only 15. These were all titles and honors bestowed upon Deer at the time. In that year, Deer's name graced the headlines of every major magic weekly and newspaper. For a time, the name, Blue Divine Child, spread rapidly throughout the kingdom. The 10 Wizard Saints is a title granted by the Magic Council to the 10 most outstanding mages on the continent, whose strength far exceeds that of an ordinary guild's S-class mage. In truth, in terms of magical power alone, Deer's magic was no weaker than a 10 Wizard Saints 7 years ago. However, in terms of magical attainment and experience, Deer was still far behind. The 10 Wizard Saints are the 10 most outstanding mages known on the continent, and it takes more than just meeting a magical power quota. A mage's strength, magical attainment, and guild mission completion record. It's worth mentioning that although Deer was training abroad, he still accepted guild missions during his travels, are all factors. Even the mage's personal reputation and their individual record with the Magic Council serve as criteria for evaluating a 10 Wizard Saint. Otherwise, according to the original story, given the strength of the S-class mage from the Fairy Tale Guild, Guildarts Clive, he would have been appointed as a 10 Wizard Saint long ago. It was because Guildarts showed no restraint with his power when completing missions, easily destroying surrounding buildings and causing various massive losses. That was why the Magic Council never awarded Guildarts the badge of the 10 Wizard Saints. Kingdom of Fury, Harjan. Deer stood at the harbor of this city, looking out at the endless sea before him. A gentle sea breeze blew the hair near Deer's ears. The silent surface of the sea reflected countless stars, making the mysterious ocean seem like another starry sky at this moment. Standing under the night sky, Deer couldn't help but feel his heart grow calm. Harjan is a relatively remote port city in the Kingdom of Fury. In this city, magic and mages are rarely seen. The only thing in the entire city related to magic was a magic shop selling some ordinary magic items. The reason Deer came to this city was to fulfill a promise from 2 years ago and to witness a historic moment with his own eyes. Boom. In the distance from Deer, a luxury cruise ship was washed directly onto the shore by a massive wave, letting out a deafening roar. Watching everything unfold before him, Deer couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's starting. What were you thinking just now? How could you wash me away along with the ship? Tisk. I was too careless. To think I'd wash the ship away too. What? So I was the real target all along. Right where the ship had been washed ashore by a giant wave, a blonde girl of about 17 or 18 was arguing with a blue-haired mermaid with a blue fish tail floating in the air. Beside the girl, a small blue cat had its head stuck in the sand, leaving only its short legs and tail wiggling and struggling outside. Looking at the familiar figures before him, Deer gave a knowing smile. Long time no see, Lucy. You too, Aquarius. Hearing Deer's voice, the arguing blonde girl and mermaid turned their heads at the same time. You, Deer, Era, it's Deer. Lucy, don't tell me you don't recognize me anymore. Deer said to the blonde girl with a smile. Aquarius has a better memory. We've only been apart for 2 years, and you actually don't recognize me. It seems our friendship is quite shallow. After saying this, Deer feigned a look of sadness. Ah, no, no. It's just that I was surprised to see you here. I'm sorry, Deer. Hearing Deer's words, Lucy clearly took them seriously and explained in a panic. Idiot, can't you tell this kid Deer is just teasing you? Seeing Lucy's panicked state, Aquarius mocked her without hesitation. Ha ha ha, Lucy, you're still as naive as ever. Aquarius is right, I was just joking with you. HMPH, Deer, you still love playing tricks on people, Lucy complained to Deer with a pout. It's just that you're too stupid. But this kid Deer is getting stronger and stronger. The magic power inside him is like an abyss, I can't see through it at all. Aquarius looked at Deer and spoke with a face full of admiration. Of course. Deer was awarded the emblem of the 10 wizard saints a year ago. He is the youngest of the 10 wizard saints on the Ishgar continent. You could say Deer's strength is now among the top 10 strongest mages on this continent. Hearing Aquarius's words, Lucy explained. You have the nerve to say that. You're clearly a year older than this kid Deer, yet you're still stuck at the stage of single gate summoning. Speaking of which, when will you be able to master the ability to open 2 gates at once? As she spoke, Aquarius pulled at Lucy's clothes with a fierce expression, staring at her with menacing eyes. Stared at like this, Lucy was full of fear and could only answer with tears in her eyes. Soon, with my current magic power, if I train hard for another month, I'll be able to reach the strength to open 2 gates at once. Tisk, in that case, if you still can't do it in a month, you'd better watch out for your skin. After hearing Lucy's words, Aquarius finally let go of Lucy's clothes. Alright, I'm returning to the celestial spirit world. Don't look for me for a while. I'm going on a trip with my boyfriend for a week. With my boyfriend. After glancing at Lucy with contempt, Aquarius's figure emitted a blue light in the air, began to fade slowly, and finally disappeared. You didn't have to say it twice. Hearing Aquarius's words, Lucy shouted furiously in the direction where she had disappeared. Ha ha ha, Lucy, you and Aquarius still get along so well. But I didn't expect that after 2 years, your strength would grow so fast that you can already master the ability to open 2 gates at once. If you open your second origin and increase your base magic power once more, you won't be any weaker than an S-class mage from any guild in the kingdom. Deer observed the magic power contained within Lucy's body. Combined with the conversation between Aquarius and Lucy just now, it wasn't hard to guess Lucy's current strength. Hee, not at all. I'm far behind you, Deer. But if it weren't for your guidance 2 years ago and that bottle of meditation assisting aroma you gave me, my strength wouldn't have grown so fast. So, I still have to thank you. Lucy answered shyly. Hearing Lucy's words, Deer couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Meeting Lucy was a coincidence. 2 years ago, in order to complete his aroma magic, Deer sought out the Heartfilia family and thus met Lucy. This was because Deer's vision for this aroma magic required the power of the starry sky. In the world of fairy tale, when it came to who was most proficient in starry sky type magic, it could only be a celestial spirit mage. Among celestial spirit mages, Deer couldn't think of anyone more powerful or more proficient in celestial spirit magic than Layla Heartfilia. Layla Heartfilia, an excellent celestial spirit mage, was an old acquaintance of the celestial spirit king and possessed immense magic power. She once possessed 3 keys of the zodiac: Capricorn the goat, Cancer the giant crab, and Aquarius the water bearer. However, in Deer's memory, Layla Heartfilia had already passed away in the year X777 after exhausting her magic power to open the Eclipse Gate. The reason Deer had sought out the Heartfilia family 2 years ago was for the knowledge of celestial spirit magic and various books regarding the power of the starry sky left behind by Layla. After all, Layla's daughter, Lucy, was also a celestial spirit mage. Lucy had embarked on the path of magic, and for Lucy to go further on that path, Layla would naturally have left behind enough knowledge about celestial spirit magic. Having seen the original anime, Deer also liked the character of Lucy very much. A girl with strength, wisdom, self-reliance, and who didn't hold others back would be well liked anywhere. After finding the Heartfilia family and stating his purpose to Lucy's father, Jude Heartfilia, Jude thought for a while and quickly agreed to Deer's request. However, there was one condition. During the time Deer was studying the knowledge of celestial spirit magic, he needed to tutor Lucy in magic. Because of Layla's early death, Lucy's magic studies were not systematic at all. She could only rely on the magic books Layla left behind and her own talent, so Lucy's magic grew very slowly in the early stages. Before this, it wasn't that Jude hadn't thought about finding a tutor for Lucy, but because of Layla's death, the relationship between Jude and Lucy had always been poor. Over time, even though Jude loved Lucy very much, he became unable to express his emotions. Deer's arrival this time happened to give Jude an opportunity. Hearing Jude's words, Deer readily agreed, while also secretly lamenting, "A parent's heart is truly pitiable." Perhaps because Deer and Lucy were around the same age, they quickly became good friends. After learning from Deer that he had traveled everywhere to perfect his magic, Lucy couldn't help but express her admiration for him. Deer also liked Lucy for her enthusiasm and kindness. In order not to waste Lucy's talent, Deer gave her an aroma he had made that could enhance meditation time. This aroma was made from a chingling epiphyllum that Deer had discovered during his travels, which could calm the mind and gather magic power. The blooming period of the chingling epiphyllum is very short, so Deer could only extract the magic essence while the flower was in bloom, ultimately producing only 5 bottles of the aroma. Due to the characteristics of the chingling epiphyllum, the aroma it produced allowed a mage to fall into a deeper state of focused meditation, thereby accumulating magic power and training mental strength faster. Because Deer was born with immense magic power and continuously mastered various aroma magic during his travels, his magic grew very quickly. One could say this aroma was useless to Deer himself. So after completing the production, Deer took the opportunity while returning to the guild to give 3 of the bottles to Hibiki, Eve, and Ren. Because the 3 of them were young and in a period of rapid magic growth, this aroma was most useful for them. Of the remaining 2 bottles, Deer kept one for himself and gave the other to Ichiya, intending to let Ichiya decide who it would be most suitable for. Unexpectedly, today Deer used this opportunity to give it to Lucy. 5 months quickly passed since Deer arrived at Lucy's home. During these 5 months, with Deer's help, Lucy mastered a lot of basic knowledge about magic, consolidating her magical foundation. After using the clear spirit aroma, Lucy's own magic accumulation speed was also much faster than before. Of course, with the help of the collection of books in Lucy's home, Deer's harvest was also very rich. Not only did he gain a more comprehensive understanding of the power of celestial spirits and the starry sky, but he also had a complete idea for his next aroma magic. Alright, Lucy, it's been a pleasure spending time with you, but I have to leave now. At the gates of the Heartfilia estate, Deer smiled and bid Lucy farewell. Deer, can't you stay a bit longer? Since I was little, besides Aquarius and the others, you're the only one who talks to me and teaches me magic. Hearing Deer's words, Lucy's face was full of reluctance. Lucy, my magic isn't finished yet, and we will meet again in the future. Because I believe that you won't just stop pursuing your path of magic like this. We are both mages forging ahead on this path of magic, and you will always be my best friend. Besides, since you were small, it hasn't just been Aquarius and the others staying by your side, sometimes you might want to take a closer look at the people closest to you. Don't let misunderstandings and silence cause you to miss the person you love most and the person who loves you most. After saying this, Deer waved his hand, and the space beside him rippled. Instantly, 2 golden keys appeared from the space and fell into Deer's hand. These 2 golden keys are my parting gift to you. I originally planned to use these 2 golden keys to exchange for the chance to study celestial spirit magic at your home when I first arrived, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't need them in the end. However, as a parting gift today, I think it's quite good. These are the celestial spirit keys for Pisces and Libra, which I obtained during my previous travels. Giving them to you is, I believe, the best outcome for them as well. As he spoke, Deer placed the golden keys into Lucy's hand. This is too precious, I can't accept this, Deer. Seeing the 2 golden keys in her hand, Lucy seemed caught off guard. These 2 golden keys were among the keys that could summon the 12 gates of the zodiac in celestial spirit magic. There are only 12 in the whole world, and each can summon one of the highest-ranking celestial spirits of the zodiac. Lucy's mother, Layla, who was the most outstanding celestial spirit mage on the continent during her lifetime, only possessed 3 golden keys. And now Deer was directly giving Lucy 2 golden keys. It was no wonder Lucy was panicked. Lucy, I am not a celestial spirit mage, so these 2 keys are useless to me. Furthermore, I believe that only your ability and talent are worthy of possessing these 2 keys. You know, you are going to be the celestial spirit mage who surpasses Lady Layla in the future. That's what you told me, isn't it? Deer looked at Lucy with a smile, waiting for her response. Well then, thank you anyway, Deer. Don't worry, I will definitely become the most excellent celestial spirit mage. Facing Deer's words, Lucy replied with a face full of determination. Then, please take care of me from now on, my new partners. After saying this, Lucy looked at the 2 keys in her hand with a gentle expression. As soon as Lucy finished her sentence, the 2 golden keys instantly emitted a golden light, seemingly responding to Lucy's words. Watching this scene, Deer couldn't help but feel that his decision was not wrong. Deer had found these 2 keys through the guild's information channels and his authority as a Magic Council member. In the Blue Pegasus Guild, the celestial spirit mage Karen had been trying to buy the 2 golden keys from Deer ever since she knew he had them, but Deer refused because of Karen's personality and strength. As a member of the same guild, Deer had originally considered giving them to Karen. However, after observing her in secret, Deer knew that Karen was not an excellent celestial spirit mage, so the 2 golden keys had remained in Deer's hands. It wasn't until now, as he parted with Lucy, that Deer took them out of his space and gave them to her. Seeing Lucy's behavior of treating celestial spirits as family and partners, Deer knew that he was not wrong to give the keys to Lucy. Moreover, Lucy herself possessed considerable potential. If she could obtain all the keys to the 12 gates of the zodiac, her strength in the future could be said to rank among the very top on the entire continent. Well then, farewell Lucy. I hope that the next time we meet, both of us will have traveled much further on our own paths of magic. After saying this, before Lucy could react, Deer turned around, waved his hand, and walked toward the distance. Yes, don't worry Deer. When we meet next time, I will show you that I have become a very excellent celestial spirit mage. Watching Deer's receding back, Lucy held the 2 golden keys in both hands and responded loudly. Hearing Lucy's words, Deer didn't look back, he just smiled and waved his hand behind him. Farewell, Deer, Lucy murmured softly, watching Deer walk further and further away with reluctance. Meeting Deer again after 2 years, Lucy felt an inexplicable surge of joy. Hey, Lucy, I have to ask. In a situation like this, is it really okay for us to be chatting so casually? Before Lucy and Deer could catch up, the little blue cat nearby pulled itself out of the sand and spoke with a dazed expression. Ah, I was so excited to see Deer that I almost forgot about you, you silly cat, Happy. By the way, Deer, I have something to do right now. I'll catch up with you later, so you must wait for me here. With that, Lucy scooped up the little blue cat and rushed toward the ship by the shore. Watching Lucy's retreating back, Deer smiled knowingly. Without any apparent movement, his body actually began to float slowly, following the direction Lucy had gone. Natsu. Lucy ran to the site of the collapsed ship. As the smoke cleared, she had intended to greet Natsu, only to find that his previous grinning, airheaded demeanor had completely changed. You said you're a mage from Fairy Tale, right? Let me get a good look at your face. Having said that, Natsu took off his coat and looked at the crowd rushing toward him with a serious expression. Natsu. Seeing Natsu like this and the crowd attacking him, Lucy was still a bit worried and was about to use celestial spirit magic to help. Just then, Deer walked over and spoke. Lucy, don't worry. This Natsu is also a mage, and a very powerful one at that. That's right, Lucy. Natsu is actually a mage too. Sitting on Lucy's shoulder, Happy spoke to her casually while eating a fish. In front of Deer and the others stood a handsome young man with short, cherry blossom colored hair. He had sharp, slanted eyes and wore a white scarf with a scale-like pattern around his neck. He wore a short black vest, had a red emblem on his right arm, and wore baggy trousers and sandals. Natsu Dragneel, the protagonist of Fairy Tale. We finally meet. While Deer was lost in thought, Natsu swung his fists, cleanly knocking down several people who rushed at him, and spoke with a fierce expression. I am Natsu of Fairy Tale, and I've never heard of someone like you. What? Fairy Tale? Natsu is a mage from Fairy Tale. That emblem. Lord Bora, it's the real deal. Idiot, don't call me by my name. Standing in the ship's ruins, Bora and Lucy were both greatly surprised to hear this. Oh, so it's Bora of the Prominence. He's the guy who was exiled from the Mage Guild, Titan knows, several years ago. Hearing the conversation from the ruins, Happy jumped down from Lucy's shoulder and explained. I don't care if you're a good guy or some fool, I absolutely won't allow you to use Fairy Tale's name to go around deceiving people. An enraged Natsu ignored Happy's words. His magic power surged, and waves of scorching heat appeared around him. Clenching his fists, he walked toward Bora step by step. What do you think you're going to do to me, kid? Don't just talk big, Bora said dismissively. Fire spiral. With that, a red magic circle appeared at Bora's chest, and a burst of purple-red flames erupted from it, surging toward Natsu. Boom. Natsu. Seeing Natsu's figure swallowed by the flames, Lucy appeared somewhat panicked. Happy activated his era magic, manifesting a pair of white wings and flying in front of Lucy to stop her. It's okay, Lucy. This little bit of fire is no problem at all for Natsu. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Soon, the sound of someone devouring food came from within the flames. Tastes awful. Your fire is disgusting. Are you really a fire mage? I've never tasted such foul fire. Natsu's calm voice came from the flames. Then, the burning fire actually began to dissipate as everyone realized Natsu was swallowing the flames. But thanks for the treat. My power is surging now that I've eaten. With that, red flames actually began to swirl around Natsu's hands. Could it be Dragon Slayer magic? Seeing the intense flames around Natsu's hands, Lucy looked very shocked. Lucy, you actually know about Dragon Slayer magic? Happy was surprised by Lucy's words. Yeah, although I've never actually seen it, I've read about this kind of magic in my mother's book collection. Seeing it with my own eyes now, it's far more miraculous than the books described. After Deer left, Lucy hadn't slackened in her magic training at all. At the same time, she had seriously studied the books left by Layla, so Lucy's foundation in magical knowledge was not poor. What kind of monster is this? However, Bora's group, who knew nothing of Dragon Slayer magic, were shocked to see Natsu devouring flames and then wrapping them around his own hands. A dragon's lungs breathe fire, a dragon's claws grasp fire, and a dragon's scales dissolve fire. This is an ancient, mysterious magic that transforms one's body into that of a dragon, granting combat abilities and physical strength far beyond that of normal humans. In other words, it's ancient magic, Dragon Slayer magic. Seeing Bora's shocked group, Happy crossed his arms and spoke with a look of pride. As Happy was explaining, Natsu cupped his hands like a horn and took a deep breath. An orange-red magic circle with a dragon head pattern in the center appeared directly in front of his mouth. Fire dragons roar. With a furious shout from Natsu, an orange-red fire spiral erupted from his mouth through the magic circle. The orange-red flames possessed properties of violence, searing heat, and high temperature, making them far more powerful than ordinary fire magic. This all happened in an instant. Except for Bora, who used his magic to fly into the air and dodge Natsu's attack, most of the others were charred black by the flames and fell unconscious. This was even with Natsu holding back, otherwise, given the power of his magic, this entire group would have been turned into piles of charcoal. Bora-sama, I've seen this guy before. Cherry blossom hair, a white scale-like scarf. That's right, this kid is the real Fairy Tales Salamander. One of Bora's conscious lackeys looked at Natsu in panic and spoke to Bora with a trembling voice. Remember this well. This is what a fairy tale mage looks like. Dragon Slayer magic. Fire Dragon's wing attack. The flames around Natsu's hands surged violently. As he threw his arms back, the burning fire resembled a pair of scorching, powerful dragon wings. With a swing of his arms, the massive wings of fire lashed out toward Bora in the air. Hell prominence. Seeing the wings of fire swinging toward him, Bora also began to panic. He immediately activated his own magic to meet Natsu's attack head-on. However, as soon as Bora's magic made contact with Natsu's fire dragon wings, his purple-red pillar of flame popped like a bubble with a faint sound, unable to resist Natsu's magic at all. No. This is impossible. Seeing his magic was useless, Bora looked at Natsu in a state of panic. Hee. Since you dared to ruin Fairy Tail's reputation, I'm going to give you a good smoking. What? You're going to smoke me? No, stop. Don't come any closer. Watching Natsu approach him, Bora's legs shook with fear, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Boom. Hearing the roar in his ears, Bora thought he was finished this time. However, Bora only felt a piercing chill, there was no pain on his body at all. What's going on? When Bora opened his eyes, he saw a wall of ice emitting a biting chill, blue-white in color. This ice wall stood before Bora, blocking Natsu's attack. Alright, Natsu, if I let you attack with all your might, all of Harjan would be destroyed by your magic. Bora looked toward the source of the voice and saw a handsome youth with short golden brown hair standing behind the ice wall. The youth was young, appearing even younger than Natsu. However, seeing how easily this ice wall blocked the fire dragon's attack and sensing the boy's bottomless magic power, Bora would never underestimate him because of his age. Thank you, milord. Bora has escaped death this time. I will surely reward you handsomely next time we meet. After speaking, Bora bowed toward Deer and intended to leave this den of trouble immediately. When did I say you could leave? I stopped Natsu only because I didn't want the city of Harjan to be destroyed. As for you, stay put and wait for the Magic Council's judgment. After speaking, Deer waved his right hand toward Bora, and a blue-white magic circle appeared behind him. Subsequently, Natsu seemed to see a massive dragon wing covered in silver-blue scales emerging from the magic circle. The dragon wing swept past Bora with extreme speed. Under Deer's deliberate control, Bora was turned into an ice crystal and fell toward the ground. Boom! The ice crystal containing Bora hit the ground with a loud thud. At that moment, the ice wall in front of Deer also turned into blue-white points of light and dissipated into the air. Such strong magic power, it's like an abyss. If he hadn't activated his magic just now, I wouldn't have been able to sense the flow of magic in his body at all. Watching Deer slowly float down from the air, Natsu stared at him with a solemn expression. Natsu, no need to be nervous. Our guild master and your guild master are good friends, and you've even met our master before. Seeing Natsu's solemn expression, Deer knew Natsu was on guard against him, so he spoke up to explain. Oh, your master is. Hearing Deer's words, Natsu slowly relaxed. Well, look, seeing this mark, do you still not know? As he spoke, Deer pulled up the sleeve on his right arm, revealing a cyan blue Pegasus emblem. So you're a member of Blue Pegasus. The master you mentioned, wouldn't that be Master Bob? Seeing this emblem, no matter how thick-headed Natsu was, he knew this was a member of Blue Pegasus, and the master Deer spoke of. Master Bob's face couldn't help but surface in Natsu's mind, making him shudder involuntarily. I feel like you're thinking about something very rude. Seeing Natsu shudder uncontrollably, Deer knew exactly what was on Natsu's mind. No, not at all, definitely not, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Deer's words, Natsu hurriedly explained. Natsu, are you okay? Lucy and Happy, who had been watching from a distance, saw the battle stop and rushed over. Dear, why are you here? Weren't you just standing next to us? Seeing Dear standing there as well, Lucy was very surprised. Ha ha ha, seeing how strong Natsu's magic is, if I hadn't stopped it, I was afraid Harjin would have been destroyed, so I rushed over. Hearing Lucy's question, Dear explained. Exactly, Natsu, you're too impulsive. Happy hopped out from the side to criticize Natsu. How was I supposed to think about that at the time? HMPH. Hearing Happy's criticism, Natsu pouted. Sigh, Natsu is still not steady enough in his actions. Hey, Happy, that's enough. You're actually lecturing me. Hearing Happy's words, Natsu seemed a bit exasperated. But, who exactly are you? After Natsu and Happy finished their bickering, Natsu turned his head and asked Dear. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dear Wandre Su, a member of the Blue Pegasus Guild. Oh, hello, nice to meet you. Hearing Dear's words, Natsu seemed very happy and came over to grab Dear's hands, greeting him enthusiastically. By the way, was that ice wall your magic? It was so powerful. It looks like you're a strong mage too. We must have a proper spar when there's time. Natsu was still enthusiastically greeting Dear, but Happy, who had heard Dear's introduction, was already frozen in surprise. Compared to Natsu's simple-mindedness, although Happy was usually lively and sharp-tongued, he was much more observant when it came to thinking things through. Dear Wandre Su, isn't that the name of the youngest of the 10 wizard saints published in the Weekly Sorcerer a year ago? Why would he appear in this remote city? Dear of Blue Pegasus, are you the Blue Holy Sun? Seeing Natsu still holding Dear's hand and talking enthusiastically, Happy ran over on his small legs, pulled on Dear's pant leg, and asked. Sensing the movement at his pant leg, Dear looked down and saw Happy at his feet. With a smile on his face, he picked Happy up. Your name is Happy, right? Nice to meet you. If there isn't a second person named Dear in Blue Pegasus, then the one you're talking about should be me. So, do you want some fish? As soon as he finished speaking, Dear reached into his storage space and pulled out a huge red carp. Seeing the big fish, Happy cheered and lunged toward it. There's actually such a big fish. Dear, you're so nice. After speaking, Happy set down the big fish and lunged into Dear's arms, rubbing his furry head against Dear's cheek. Dear is not only nice, he smells so good too, even better than fish. Because Dear used aroma magic, the magic power in his body carried the scent of aroma magic, so he always had a pleasant fragrance. It wasn't overpowering, but it smelled very comfortable. HMPH, just one fish and you're bought off so easily, Happy. You traitor. Seeing Happy acting spoiled toward Dear, Natsu felt a bit jealous. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems you really are a child, Natsu, not mature at all. Hearing Dear's name, don't you have any impression of it? Hearing Natsu's words, Happy said while shaking his head. What? You're calling me a child? It looks like Dear is younger than me, yet you're calling me a child. Also, what's so special about Dear? Why do I have to know who he is? Hearing Happy's words, the already somewhat jealous Natsu could no longer hold back and argued with Happy in a huff. Natsu, it seems you really are thick-headed. Lucy, who had been on the side the whole time, couldn't help but slap her forehead as she watched Natsu, looking at him helplessly. Immediately, Lucy pulled Natsu aside and began explaining Dear's identity to him. Seeing Lucy and Natsu walk off to the side, Dear smiled knowingly and then ignored them, focusing on playing with Happy. After all, a talking, cute cat wasn't something you could see just anywhere. A moment later, Natsu and Lucy walked over. However, Natsu's state seemed a bit off. Dear glanced at Natsu and saw that it was as if all the color had drained from him. He looked listless, and his eyes were vacant. Natsu is. Seeing Natsu in this state, Dear asked Lucy with some confusion. Aha, it's nothing. He's just been traumatized by you, you freak. Hee hee. Seeing Natsu like this, Lucy actually seemed quite happy. Dear didn't know that a year ago, when Lucy saw in the Sorcerer Weekly that Dear had become one of the 10 wizard saints, she had looked much like Natsu did now. Hearing how Lucy addressed him, Dear could only press his hand to his head and give a bitter smile. Ah, Dear, I want to challenge you. Before Dear could even snap out of it, Natsu, who was by his side, had already pulled himself together and was challenging Deer with a face full of hot-blooded passion. Wait, Natsu, you can't be serious, right? I just told you all that, and it turns out you didn't listen to a single word. Go for it, Natsu. I believe in you. Hearing Natsu's words, both Lucy and Happy were surprised. However, although Happy was cheering Natsu on, he looked like he was just there for the show. Hearing Natsu's words, Deer wasn't surprised at all. In his memory, Natsu was exactly this kind of straightforward, hot-blooded person, a battle maniac. Young Natsu, you should be able to feel the gap in magic power between us. Even so, do you still want to challenge me? Yeah, I'm sure. Even though I know the gap between our magic power, I won't be satisfied if I don't try. Besides, I'm Natsu of Fairy Tale, I won't give up that easily. Natsu replied with a serious face. In that case, fine. All except, it looks like the council will take a while to arrive, so let's do it now. After saying that, Deer looked at Natsu with a smile on his face. Right now, right here. Natsu looked around, a bit confused. They were currently surrounded by the wreckage of a ship. Because of the battle just now, the already damaged ship was even more dilapidated, with almost nowhere to even stand. That was why Natsu was a bit confused by Deer's words. Yeah, that's right. Alright then. In that case, Deer, I won't hold back. After hearing Deer's confirmation, Natsu didn't hesitate and excitedly circulated the magic power within his body. Deer, here I come. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu activated his magic, and an orange-red magic circle flashed from his right hand. Surging orange-red flames wrapped around and enveloped his fist. Seeing Natsu's figure rushing toward him, Deer didn't show any sign of dodging, he just gave a light wave of his right hand. The blue-white magic circle that had appeared before showed up behind Deer again. However, this time, what emerged from the magic circle was no longer a silver-blue dragon wing, but a thick, white ape arm. The ape arm extending from the blue-white magic circle met the charging Natsu head-on. Boom! In an instant, a massive roar erupted from the place where the two clashed, accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke. As the smoke dissipated, everyone looked toward the spot. Natsu's eyes were already swirling, he had fainted. Insta kill. X2. Seeing Natsu's state, Lucy and Happy's mouths dropped open in shock. Although they already knew Natsu was no match for Deer, they hadn't expected Natsu to be insta-killed when facing him. As expected, Deer is a freak. Seeing this scene, Lucy glanced at Deer, and this thought became even more firmly rooted in her mind. It didn't take long for Natsu to wake up from his unconsciousness. While Natsu was unconscious, the Magic Council had already sent people to take Bora and the others away. Hiss, my head hurts. Natsu rubbed his head and slowly stood up from the ground. I didn't expect the gap between Deer and me to be this big. It's decided. This year I must become an S-class mage and then surpass Deer. Natsu cheered himself on while looking around. How come I don't see Deer or Happy and the others? Just as Natsu was looking around, he suddenly smelled the aroma of grilled fish. Following the scent, Natsu walked forward until he reached the source. He saw Deer, Lucy, and Happy sitting by a campfire, grilling fish. Oh, Natsu, you're awake. Seeing Natsu, Happy happily used his era magic to fly toward him. Natsu caught Happy midair and held him in his arms. Happy, I can't believe you didn't wait for me and just left me over there. Natsu rubbed Happy's head and complained. I thought you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I came here to grill fish so you could eat as soon as you woke up. I didn't expect you to actually blame me, Natsu. Oh, really? Natsu looked at Happy with some suspicion. That's right, Happy affirmed. Stop talking for a moment. Natsu, come over and eat something first, Lucy said to Natsu as she saw him still standing there. Hearing Lucy's words, Natsu also walked over and sat cross-legged by the fire. Harjan is a coastal city, so various types of seafood are quite abundant. Deer and the others hadn't spent much effort to harvest a good amount of fish. Since they were all mages, they all had relatively large appetites. Plus, with a big eater like Natsu, the food they had caught earlier was quickly finished. Burp. I'm full. Natsu patted his big belly with a look of satisfaction. Since everyone is full, Then let's part ways here. Deer extinguished the fire and stood up, speaking to everyone. Deer, you're leaving now. Hearing Deer's words, Lucy also stood up. Yeah, I was only passing through Harjan. Besides, my purpose here is now complete, so it's time to head back to the guild. After all, I haven't been back to the guild for almost a year. If I don't go back now, I don't know what the master and my uncle will say to me. At the end, Deer gave a helpless smile. Lucy, you came out this time to join a magic guild, right? How about it? Come to Blue Pegasus with me. Deer extended an invitation to Lucy. However, as soon as Deer finished speaking, Natsu, who had been lying comfortably, jumped up and said anxiously, Lucy is going to join our fairy tale. Lucy said before that she wanted to join fairy tale, right Lucy? After saying that, Natsu looked at Lucy with an expectant face, seemingly wanting to confirm. That's right, Lucy. Didn't you say before that you wanted to join fairy tale? I'd hate to lose you. Happy, on the ground, also trotted over with his short legs, hugged Lucy's leg, and said with teary eyes. Seeing this scene, Deer's eye couldn't help but twitch. He hadn't expected Happy to use a strategy of acting cute and spoiled. Sure enough, after Natsu and Happy spoke, Lucy seemed to firm up her resolve. Dear, when I first left home, I decided that I wanted to join fairy tale. Although I'd be very happy to be in the same guild as you, after meeting Natsu and Happy, I know my previous thoughts weren't wrong. So, I don't plan on changing my mind. Sorry, Deer. Seeing Lucy's determined look, Deer could only give up on the idea of inviting her to join his guild. There's nothing to apologize for, Lucy. We're friends. Besides, Fairy Tale and our Blue Pegasus are allies. Even if we aren't in the same guild, I believe we'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Alright, since you've decided, I won't force you. After saying that, a cyan magic circle appeared behind Deer. As the circle vanished, 4 pairs of white feathered wings appeared on Deer's back. With a flap of the wings, Deer flew into the air. Lucy, Natsu, Happy, let's meet again next time. In the air, Deer waved to the 3 of them and quickly flew away until he disappeared. Since Deer has left, then Lucy, let's head back to the guild together. Saying this, Natsu took Lucy's hand, turned to smile at her, and then immediately started running forward at high speed. Lucy felt a bit shy from Natsu suddenly holding her hand, but thinking about the guild she was about to join, her heart filled with curiosity. Sir Barona, Blue Pegasus Guild. Looking at the guild's entrance before him, Deer didn't hesitate and walked straight inside. Click. I'm back. As the door opened, the gaze of everyone in the guild was drawn by the sound. Then, Deer's voice came from the entrance. Upon hearing it, the guild members instantly went wild. Ah, Deer is back. Welcome home, Deer. Oh, Deer is back. Now Master Ichiya can finally stop worrying. Deer, you've been away for so long. How long can you stay this time? Watching the guild companions swarm toward him, Deer felt a warmth in his heart. Vera, you're still as beautiful as ever. Sade, I wonder if your earth magic has improved. Kaliral, I feel like your speed is getting faster and faster. Shiwen, thank you for notifying Uncle Ichiya. Looking at the crowd before him, Deer responded enthusiastically to each one of them. Men, alright, Deer has finally returned, everyone calm down. At the guild's bar, Ichiya had arrived at some unknown point. Seeing the crowd surrounding Deer, Ichiya restrained them while striking poses on the bar counter. Furthermore, at some point, 4 spotlights had been placed around the bar. The spotlights shone on Ichiya, making him even more excited. Uncle Ichiya, you still have such style. Seeing Ichiya's appearance, Deer couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling a bit helpless yet affectionate. By the way, where did these 4 spotlights come from? Men, Ren, Ivan, Hibiki, Alan, put them away quickly. You 4 still don't know how to prioritize. Although Ichiya said this, Deer knew that Ichiya was actually enjoying it very much. Yes, boss. As soon as Ichiya finished speaking, 4 young men ran out from somewhere and put away the 4 spotlights with extreme speed. It's been handled, Master, the 4 said respectfully in unison, standing neatly before Ichiya after finishing their task. How are you 4 still like this? By the way, Alan wasn't like this when he joined the guild 2 years ago. Has he been corrupted by Hibiki and the others? Looking at Hibiki and the other three, Deer gave a helpless, bitter smile. However, it seems you four haven't been slacking off. After not seeing you for a year, your magic power has increased quite a bit. Welcome back, Deer. X4. Hibiki and the others turned around and greeted Deer with smiles. It's all thanks to the aroma made from those few bottles of Chingling epiphyllum you brought back 2 years ago. That's why our magic power growth rate has been so fast. Plus, with master's training and the assistance of various aromas, our ability to utilize magic has also grown very quickly. The aroma made from Chingling epiphyllum that Hibiki and the others mentioned was the same as the one Deer gave to Lucy. Previously, Deer had made a total of 5 bottles, he kept one for himself, gave 3 to Hibiki's trio, and the last one to Ichiya. In the end, Ichiya gave his to Alan Shadewell, who had joined the guild 2 years ago. Alan's magic is dark plant magic, which allows him to analyze the characteristics of various dark attribute plants in nature and then replicate them using his own magic power. It could be said that this is a magic with great potential. If Alan gains enough knowledge about various dark attribute plants, his strength will improve even faster. Since Alan joined the guild, perhaps because they were of similar age, he quickly became close with Hibiki and the other two. Alan was born in the same year as Ivan, which means he is 1 year older than Deer. After he joined the guild, Ichiya discovered Alan's potential and gave him the Chingling epiphyllum aroma that Deer had left him. That is how Alan was able to catch up to Hibiki's trio in terms of magic power accumulation over these 2 years. One must know that because of Deer, Hibiki and the others were motivated and didn't dare to slack off in their training of magic power and magic. Then, with the help of Deer and Ichiya, the strength of Hibiki's trio could be said to be no worse than the Natsu that Deer had encountered. It's just that because Natsu uses Dragon Slayer magic, the attack power of his magic is naturally greater than ordinary magic. In this regard, Hibiki's trio cannot compare to Natsu. However, in terms of magic power accumulation, magic utilization, and various magic techniques, the strength of Hibiki and the others definitely qualifies them as geniuses among the younger generation of mages. 100 Knight, Hibiki Lates, Holy Knight, Ivan Tilm, Empty Knight, Ren Akatsuki, and Silent Knight, Alan Shadewell. These 4 young mages of Blue Pegasus were also very famous in the magical world. In the Weekly Sorcerer magazine, these 4 were the most popular mages from Blue Pegasus, second only to Deer. Deer didn't reply to Hibiki and the others, merely smiling. As a member of Blue Pegasus, Deer naturally wouldn't pass up an opportunity to enhance the strength of his guild members. Furthermore, Hibiki and the others were not only Ichiya's apprentices but also Deer's childhood friends. Since they possessed the potential, Deer did his best to help them improve their strength. Ho ho ho, since little Deer is home, then everyone, we are having a banquet today. At this moment, Master Bob, who was originally behind the bar, used virtual to phase his body directly through the counter and walk out. Seeing Deer, Master Bob held one cheek with his hand and crossed his other arm over his chest, smiling as he announced to everyone. Woo, that's great. The banquet begins. Master, I want a mug of ale. Miss Jenny, would you like to go on a date with me tonight? In an instant, the hall that had finally quieted down under Ichiya's restraint became noisy again. Deer took a glass of juice from Master Bob and sat on a chair, quietly watching everyone while recounting his experiences over the past year to Ichiya and Bob. This had become a necessary routine every time Deer returned to the guild from an outdoor training journey. So, now that you're back this time, Deer, are you staying for a while? Ichiya asked Deer while holding a glass of red wine. Yes, Uncle Ichiya. As of now, my aroma magic is basically perfected. And my exclusive aroma magic domain has already reached the 6th layer, so I don't need to go out to find materials for now. I remember you said before, little Deer, that you envisioned 9 layers for your domain. Now there are only 6. When do you plan to complete the remaining 3 layers of aroma magic? Hearing Deer's words, Bob asked with some curiosity. That's right, Master. I already have ideas and goals for the remaining 3 layers of aroma magic. I'm just waiting for the right time to go and obtain the materials to create the new aroma magic. As for now, I've finally got some free time, so I'm going to stay in the guild for a good while. Ho ho ho, that's rare. In that case, little dear, take a good rest these few days and spend some time with your mother. Although you moved your mother to Cerberona before, you are often away from home, and your mother inevitably misses you. You should know that the person who worries about you the most is always your mother. Hearing that Deer didn't plan to go out in the short term, Bob was very happy, but thinking of Deer's mother, Bob gave Deer a reminder. Yes, I know, Master. Once the banquet is over, I'll head back. Ah, I know little Deer is the most obedient. Since that's the case, let's enjoy the joy of the banquet to our heart's content first. Oh, XN. After leaving the guild, Deer arrived at a manor he had purchased on the outskirts of Cerberona. This manor was bought when Deer successfully became an S-class mage. As Deer's strength grew and he spent more time training abroad, he had always intended to bring Michelle over. This way, every time Deer returned to the guild after completing a mission, he could go home and spend time with Michelle, even if those visits were brief. The manor Deer purchased was located at the foot of a small hill outside Cerberona. Outside the manor, Deer had planted many flowers imbued with magic. These magic-imbued flowers were carefully selected by Deer. Their fragrance not only calmed the mind but also repelled magical beasts. In the very center of the garden stood an immense oak tree. Its brownish branches grew straight upward like a cluster of sharp swords. The vast, verdant canopy spread out its tender green leaves, and amidst the greenery, small pure white flowers bloomed, emitting a faint fragrance. The tall, thick trunk looked like a massive giant stretching its body. Upon closer inspection, one could see roots as thick as pythons firmly gripping the earth, making the tree's foundation unbreakable. Although this oak tree, which would take 5 people to encircle, grew wildly in the garden, it didn't seem to affect the other plants. In fact, the closer a plant was to the oak, the more vigorous its vitality appeared. Only Deer knew how much effort he had poured into this oak tree. Beneath the garden, Deer had inscribed 2 massive magic circles that covered the entire manor. These 2 circles were another manifestation of Deer's aroma magic. Deer set up these magic circles around the manor specifically to protect Michelle's safety. Aroma Magic Domain. Forest Magic Trees Botanical Eden. Aroma Magic Domain. Blue Pegasus Monsoon Canyon. These were the magic circles Deer had arranged based on his aroma magic. Among them, Forest Magic Trees Botanical Eden contained life magic and wood magic, while Blue Pegasus Monsoon Canyon included wind magic and season magic. To ensure the operation and power of these 2 magic circles, Deer had accelerated the growth of a forest magic tree seed to serve as the eye and power source of the arrays, the very oak tree standing before him. The forest magic tree is an oak filled with wood magic and vitality. Its growth rate is directly proportional to the magic it absorbs. Like a sponge, the more magic it absorbs, the faster and larger it grows. The reason this immense magic tree in Deer's garden grew from a seed to its current state was that it had absorbed nearly all of Deer's magic at the time. This was also why it could simultaneously support being the source for 2 magic circles. Due to its magic-absorbing nature, once a forest magic tree reaches a certain size, it becomes like a wooden magic crystal containing a vast amount of energy. It was because of this trait that Deer used it as the power source for the magic circles. It was also thanks to this magical maintenance that the flowers in Deer's garden could bloom year-round. After all, these flowers were essentially magical organisms and required magical irrigation to thrive. Passing through the garden, Deer saw the cozy, pure white villa before him. Deer had designed the manor based on their previous home. Fearing Michelle wouldn't be comfortable, he took the trouble to model the manor after their former residence. However, the size of the manor and the variety of flowers were much greater than before. Furthermore, for the convenience of producing aromas and experimenting with his magic, Deer had built a basement directly underneath to prevent anyone from disturbing him during his experiments. Just as Deer was about to knock, the closed door opened. A lady wearing a light blue top and a pure white long skirt stepped out. Her long blonde hair was loosely tied back, and her face lit up with surprise as she looked at Deer. "I'm home, Mom." Deer looked at the beautiful lady emerging from the house with a smile. Michelle gently stroked Deer's cheek and said softly, "Welcome home, Dear. It turned out that Michelle had received word from Ichia early on that Dear would be coming home today, so she had been waiting in the living room after finishing her chores. The sound of Dear approaching had alerted Michelle. She guessed it was him and impatiently opened the door before he could even knock. Hearing Michelle's words, Dear felt both moved and guilty. Seeing him like this, Michelle, as his mother, knew exactly what he was thinking. She gently took Dear's hand, led him to the sofa, and straightened his collar, which was a bit messy from the journey. Dear, you don't need to feel guilty toward me. I have always been proud of you. I have no other wishes but for you to freely pursue your dreams and to be healthy and happy every day. Since being a mage is your dream, all I can do is support you. Besides, your father was the same, he always worked hard for that so-called path of magic. Even though I'm not a mage, I've seen the hardships, both with your father before and with you now. So, I just hope you can happily do what you love. Also, I heard from Ichia that my dear is now a very excellent mage. Hearing that news made me happier than anything. Hearing Michelle's gentle words, Dear could no longer hold back and hugged her. Thank you, Mom. And, I'm sorry. Silly boy, don't say sorry to me. You've finally come home, and I feel like you've gotten thinner. During your break, I'll make sure to feed you well. I almost forgot, I have soup simmering on the stove. Go take a bath and change into some clean clothes. Once you're ready, come down for dinner. Having said that, Michelle urged Dear to go to his room to wash up. Looking at Michelle, Dear felt a sense of relaxation like never before, and he promptly followed her instructions to go to his room and get ready. Over the next few days, Dear spent his time relaxing leisurely at home, occasionally accompanying Michelle as they strolled around. On this day, the sunlight was just right. Dear lay comfortably under the canopy of the forest magic tree. The warm rays filtered through the leaves, scattering down like fragments of gold cast from the sky. Mottled shadows of the tree danced across Dear's face. Feeling the wisps of breeze stirred by the forest magic tree, he sensed the faint traces of magic within the wind while inhaling the floral fragrance it carried. Dear, we've come to see you. X4. Dear opened his eyes to see Hibiki and the other three, who had somehow agreed to meet up and were now standing at his front door. Hibiki, Ren, Ivan, Alan, why are the four of you here? Hee, the four of us came to ask for your help, dear, Alan said, scratching his head. That's right. We've been waiting for you to come back, so we wanted to ask a favor. I didn't even want to come. Those three just dragged me along, the ever Sunere Ren said with a blush, feigning indifference. Knowing their personalities well, Dear didn't mind Ren's duplicity, instead, he found it quite amusing. Alright then, what kind of help do the four of you need? It's like this, Dear. Master Bob is heading to the regular Guild Alliance meeting in a few days, and he wants the four of us and Master Ichia to go and set up the venue. We received word that the Dark Guild Eisenwald might launch a surprise attack, so we wanted to train with you beforehand to boost our strength. Because of the aroma you gave us, our magic power has been growing rapidly. With Master Ichia's help, we've also developed several magic techniques suited for us. However, because time is tight, we aren't very proficient with these new techniques yet. Besides Master Ichia, no one else in the guild can provide the level of training we need, which is why we came to you for some special training. We believe that with your strength, you can definitely help us out. Among the four, Hibiki was the most mature. Hearing Dear's question, he stepped forward to answer. Since you're asking, and I happen to be free lately, I'll help you out. Dear didn't think twice and agreed. Then we're counting on you, Dear. X4, the four of them shouted happily. In that case, let's go to the back mountain. There's a large clearing there, and since it's near the forest and sparsely populated, we won't affect anyone else. Alright, we'll do as you say. At the back mountain, Dear stood in the clearing, facing Hibiki and the others. Then, let's begin. Right. Knowing Dear's strength, the four never even considered fighting him individually. Having spent so much time together, their teamwork and chemistry far surpassed that of ordinary mages. Air magic. Air wave. Snow magic. White world. Ren and Ivan were the first to strike. Ren's air magic and Ivan's snow magic were both types of magic with immense potential. Previously, because their magic power wasn't strong enough, the spells they cast lacked significant power. But now, through constant meditation and training, their magic power had grown rapidly, making the current power of their spells vastly different from before. Deer was enveloped by Ivan's snow magic, white world. Instantly, his vision was obscured by swirling snow, while the inherent low temperature of the snow magic began to gnaw at his body. Enveloped by the snow magic, Deer stood calmly in place. At that moment, Ren's air magic, air wave also reached him. Using Ivan's snow magic to blind the target and then launching a sneak attack with silent, breathless, and invisible air magic, any ordinary mage would have fallen by now. However, just as Ren's air wave was about to hit, it stopped right in front of Deer, as if blocked by an invisible wall. How is this possible? He blocked my magic with just a barrier formed from pure magic power. Just how deep is his magic power to be able to do that? Shocked by the scene before him, Ren cried out in alarm. Ren, calm down. We knew from the start how strong Deer is, so don't panic. Alan and I will support you now. Seeing Ren's panic, Hibiki, standing behind the group, spoke up to soothe him. Archive. Telepathy. Archive. Flash shield. As Hibiki's magic activated, a light shield composed of various archive screens appeared in front of the four, protecting them. Oh, Hibiki, it seems you've improved quite a bit too. I didn't expect you to turn the archive's light shield magic from a single target defense into a group defense. However, the archive's light shield is mostly geared toward physical defense. I wonder how effective it will be against magic. With that, a massive cyan magic circle appeared behind Deer. At its center was the emblem of a horned Pegasus, surrounded by mysterious hurricane patterns in 4 different colors. As the magic circle manifested, sharp gusts of hurricane force winds began to swirl around Deer. The hem of Deer's clothes fluttered in the gale, and he began to float into the air. Aroma magic. Golden wind array of the autumn stallion. Boom. The cyan magic circle behind Deer suddenly emitted a golden light, and a Pegasus with a golden mane and a pair of snow-white wings appeared behind him. Behind the Pegasus's head was a golden halo, making it appear incredibly divine. This is the aroma magic Deer created using the magic materials he found in the Pegasus sacred land. This pressure, it's too terrifying. Under this golden wind pressure, I can't even stand up straight. No. You're all wrong. From what I know, the phantom behind Deer is just one of the substances he obtained from the Pegasus sacred land. There are 4 others. The combination of these 5 mysterious substances is the true magic Deer obtained in the Pegasus sacred land. Deer smiled slightly, looked at the group, and raised his right hand. Hibiki, Ren, Ivan, Alan, get ready. It's my turn to attack. Boom. Deer waved his hand, and dense, crescent-shaped golden wind blades surged from the magic circle behind him. The golden wind blades exuded a desolate and lonely aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp wind blades sliced through the sky, reaching the 4 in an instant. Defense. From the moment they saw the dense golden wind blades appear behind Deer, the 4 had already become alert. Seeing the wind blades launch, Hibiki let out a roar. The archive light shield magic in front of the 4 glowed intensely as Hibiki pushed his magic power to the limit. Air magic air barrier. Snow magic thick snow wall. Plant magic thorny ironwood. As Hibiki exerted his full magic power, Ren and the other 2 didn't dare relax for a second. All 3 pushed their defensive magic to the limit, working with Hibiki to block Deer's golden wind blades. To their surprise, when the golden wind blades touched their defensive magic, they were like hot knives cutting through butter, slicing through the defenses without any resistance and leaving them in tatters. What? X4. Seeing this, the 4 widened their eyes in shock and screamed out. Boom, boom, boom. The spot where Hibiki's group stood was quickly covered by the golden wind blades. The blades passed through them and struck the ground where they had been standing, slicing into the earth. Huge cracks soon appeared, each one so deep the bottom was invisible, like hideous and terrifying scars. The autumn wind belongs to the metal and water elements. Metal generates water. Among the 4 seasons, the metal wind is the sharpest and possesses the continuous nature of water, with armor-piercing properties. Ordinary defensive magic simply cannot block the attacks of the metal wind. That's why your defensive magic was useless against it, Hibiki. Watching the golden wind blades slice through their defensive magic without resistance, Deer wasn't surprised at all. However, the fact that the golden wind blades passed through their figures and hit the ground made Deer slightly surprised. Oh, an illusionary double. Ivan, it seems your use of illusions with snow magic is getting stronger. No. Wait, if it were just a simple snow magic double, it wouldn't be able to hide from my magic perception. This is. In Deer's perception, the air was filled with tiny, pale yellow pollen particles invisible to the naked eye at some unknown point. I see. Alan, this is your magic. If I'm not mistaken, this is the pollen of the mystic pollen flower. The flower is pitch black, but only the stamens in the center are pale yellow. As long as the mystic pollen flower's pollen comes into contact with magic power, it misleads a mage's magic perception and five senses. By using the pollen to cause a misjudgment in my magic perception first, then using Ivan's snow magic double to deceive my vision and make my magic attack miss, that's a very good strategy. Having said that, Deer looked toward a large tree deep in the clearing. Hearing Deer's words, the figures of Hibiki and the others walked out from behind the tree. When Deer launched his attack earlier, Ivan had prepared their snow doubles in advance, then used Alan's magic to confuse Deer's perception. Deer, we wouldn't dare underestimate you. But because of your carelessness, your magic power has been tainted by the mystic pollen flower's pollen. Your perception won't be accurate now, so we'll be attacking without holding back. Hee hee. After Alan spoke, he activated his magic power. A green-black magic circle appeared in front of his chest, and immediately, black thorns covered in spikes surged out from it. Plant magic thorny vine dance. The arm-thick black thorns were like venomous snakes bearing sharp fangs, swarming toward Deer. These black thorny vines were a magic Alan obtained by using his plant magic to analyze the corrosive thorny vines that grew in the rotting swamp. The corrosive thorny vines were entirely black, and their bodies were covered in toxin-rich barbs. If a mage's skin was pierced by the barbs, they would be eroded by the black magic toxin within the vine, causing their physical body to rot and their magic power to stagnate. Facing the incoming corrosive thorny vines, Deer covered himself with a magic shield. Simultaneously, a magic circle flashed on his body, and a stream of cyan wind wrapped around his feet, rapidly increasing his movement speed with its boost. Seeing that Deer was about to escape the range of the corrosive thorny vines, Hibiki, Ren, and Ivan quickly closed in on him from the other side. Archive Flash Impact. Hibiki attacked first. Different script symbols suddenly appeared around Deer, converging on him like flashes of light. Boom, boom, boom. Struck by the archive, a loud roar erupted from Deer's position. The magic shield covering his body also shattered under Hibiki's attack. It worked. Air magic aerial feather arrows. Snow magic white fury. Seeing Deer's magic shield broken by Hibiki, Ren and Ivan immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Ren's air magic formed transparent air feathers above Deer, which shot toward him like sharp arrows. Meanwhile, Ivan used his hand as the center to create a massive swirling snow wave with his snow magic, attacking Deer. Blocked by Ren and Ivan's attacks, Deer was forced to stop his rapid movement. At that moment, Alan's corrosive thorny vines also struck. The three's magic attacked Deer without mercy. Deer sensed the power of their magic from the fluctuations. If an ordinary S-class mage were hit by all three spells at once, they would be seriously injured on the spot. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Deer didn't panic at all. He activated his magic power, and soon the cyan Pegasus magic circle appeared behind him once again. However, this time the magic circle lit up with a dazzling orange-red glow, like fire. As the light faded, two visible orange-red air currents, like ribbons, gently brushed past the three spells. As they passed through the magic, Ren's aerial feather arrows and Ivan's snow shockwave were instantly evaporated, leaving only wisps of water vapor. Alan's corrosive thorny vines were burned to ashes from the inside out by an orange-red flame. In a moment, several arm-thick vines turned into a pile of charcoal on the ground. Aroma Magic Yi, God of Summer's blazing wind silk ribbon. After destroying the three spells, the orange-red silk ribbon Deer released returned to his back, protecting his figure. Using the wind, Deer also blew away the mystic pollen flower's pollen that had tainted his magic power. Only then did the four realize that after the magic circle behind Deer emitted the orange-red light, the phantom behind him had also changed its appearance. A steed with red hair and a white belly appeared behind Deer. Unlike the autumn god steed with its golden mane, which possessed a pair of pure white wings, this one was different. This steed had an orange-red halo above its head and was surrounded by two orange-red silk ribbons, just like the ones behind Deer. Looking closely, one could also see some faint, mysterious runes on the silk ribbons. With a mysterious red Pegasus phantom behind him and two mysterious orange-red silk ribbons wrapped around him, Deer floated in the air like a deity. Phew! Behind Deer, two orange-red silk sashes danced without the wind. Under Deer's control, the two sashes were like agile red snakes, poking their heads out to please him. Alright, let's call it a day today, Deer said, and with a thought, he acted. The two orange-red sashes behind him suddenly vibrated, and wisps of pale red misty vapor rose from them. The misty vapor quickly converged under the influence of several orange-red air currents. The orange-red air currents acted like weaving shuttles, and the wisps of misty vapor were like bundles of embroidery thread. Under the weaving of the air currents, in an instant, the misty vapor gathered into 9 orange-red auspicious clouds. The 9 auspicious clouds floated behind Deer, making him appear even more divine and extraordinary. Under Deer's manipulation, 4 of the auspicious clouds behind him flew out towards Hibiki and the other 3. The auspicious clouds seemed to move slowly, yet just as the 4 of them tried to dodge, they found that the clouds had already appeared in front of them at some unknown point. The auspicious clouds in front of the 4 also instantly transformed back into a mass of misty vapor, completely enveloping Hibiki and the others. Enveloped by the mist formed from the auspicious clouds' vapor, the 4 felt a scorching, blazing heat wave rush over them the moment they came into contact with it. At the same time, a searing, bone-piercing pain that made their hearts feel restless and hot forced the 4 of them to let out a roar. The summer wind belongs to the fire and water elements. Since fire and water clash, the flame wind is the hottest among the 4 seasons. When combined with the water element, its heat becomes even more intense, easily inducing inner fire. Therefore, the flame wind can increase the sensory pain in the human body and affect a mage's emotions. However, under my control, if you can persevere within the flame wind, and even calm your mind and breath to enter a state of meditation, then your future meditations will yield twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, because of the flame wind's intense heat, your magic power will be refined, and its purity will reach a higher level. This will make your magic consumption slower than that of an average mage when you use magic later. Since you want to make progress in such a short time, you'd better endure this bit of pain. Looking at Hibiki and the others screaming in pain while enveloped in the orange-red misty vapor, Deer flew down from the air and spoke. Hearing Deer's words, the 4 also understood his deeper meaning. Although it still hurt terribly, they began to subconsciously let their internal magic power come into contact with the misty vapor formed by the flame wind. At the same time, the 4 sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes, and endured the intense pain to begin meditating. However, the severe pain and the restlessness in their hearts made it impossible for them to concentrate and enter a meditative state. The 4 repeatedly attempted to meditate, only to be pulled back to reality by the pain each time they just entered the state. Gradually, they became accustomed to this condition and finally managed to endure the intense pain and inner restlessness to successfully meditate. Seeing that all 4 had succeeded in meditating, Deer felt relieved. He then ignored the 4 sitting cross-legged and strode toward the house. As Hibiki and the others sank their minds into their bodies, their senses were infinitely magnified at that moment. They clearly felt their internal magic power slowly shrinking under the influence of the flame wind's misty vapor. In their perception, the originally invisible magic power within their bodies even seemed to take on a layer of orange-red after coming into contact with the flame wind. The flame wind invading their magic power was like a magnet stationed inside their bodies, pulling out the original impurities from their magic. With their minds fully immersed in their bodies, they didn't care about the passage of time at all. By the time they had refined all the magic power in their bodies once and opened their eyes, they discovered that the flame wind vapor enveloping them had vanished at some point, and the sky had already turned dark. Phew! This feeling is so comfortable. Exactly, I feel like the circulation speed of the magic power in my body has increased significantly. If the original magic power was like flowing water, the current magic power is like mercury, which has a much higher density than water. We really have to thank Deer properly this time. If not for him, the magic power in our bodies wouldn't have become like this. But I never want to experience that kind of pain again, Alan said, looking lingeringly fearful. Hearing Alan's words, Hibiki, Ren, and Ivan also seemed to recall the pain from earlier, their faces filled with lingering fear. Ah, you four are awake, Deer said as he walked over from a distance. Deer, the four exclaimed in unison. You brat, if you were going to help me refine my magic power, you could have given me a heads up. Exactly, when I was hit by your magic, I thought you didn't know how to go easy on us at all. That's right, don't let us catch an opportunity, or else we'll definitely make you pay it back next time. Yeah, surrounded by the complaints of Hibiki and the others, Deer could only shake his head with a bitter smile. You four were the ones who asked me to help with the training. Since it's training, if I don't increase the difficulty a bit, how can we achieve the purpose of the training? However, the four didn't listen to Deer's explanation at this time. They glanced at each other and gave a sinister smile. Hee, since you said you'd help us train, how can it be just simple magic power and magic technique training? As an excellent mage, physical strength cannot be neglected either. In that case, we'll also leave our combat training to you. Exactly. The other three chimed in. As far as the four knew, Deer's physical strength was far inferior to his magical power. And Deer's aroma magic, unlike Dragon Slayer magic, couldn't imbue magical effects onto the physical body for combat. It mostly involved manipulating magic particles in the air to create various special magical effects for attacks. So, the four were now planning to spar with Deer in physical combat techniques. To put it bluntly, they wanted to take the opportunity to give Deer a beating. Oh, since you're so insistent on this idea, then I'll satisfy you. Seeing the four raising their fists and rushing over, Deer didn't expose their intentions. The thick night darkness concealed Deer's expression. What Hibiki and the others failed to notice was that after Deer agreed to their request, a mischievous smirk appeared on his face. Hee, in that case, we'll accept your kindness. Go, everyone. Take this chance to give Deer a good beating. The only way to get even is now. The four excitedly raised their fists and charged toward Deer. Looking at their expressions, it seemed they were already imagining the scene of giving Deer a sound thrashing in their minds. Ouch. Ah, it hurts. Take it easy, will you? Don't hit the face. For a while, all sorts of miserable screams echoed across the clearing. Before long, the screaming stopped. Hibiki, Ren, Ivan, and Eve were all covered in bruises. Hiss, Deer, you definitely did that on purpose, hitting us so hard, Eve said, clutching his bruised eye and grimacing. Thash right tilde Deer, you punk, you definitely did it on purpose tilde, you targeted our fasces, Hibiki said slurringly, rubbing his swollen cheek. Yeah, but Deer, how is your close quarters combat and physical abilities so strong too? Among the four, Ivan's injuries were slightly lighter, his face wasn't swollen, but it was bright red. HMPH, it's not that I couldn't beat you, I just slipped earlier, and then I was tripped by Hibiki and the others. Ren, the dark-skinned handsome guy, didn't look like he had very serious injuries on the surface, but upon closer inspection, his face was asymmetrical, with his left cheek clearly a size larger than his right. Hearing Ren's words, Deer's eye twitched. He hadn't expected Ren to be so sunere even at a time like this. Deer was usually smiling no matter who he was dealing with. Both Ichiya and Master Bob said Deer had a maturity that didn't match his age. Compared to Deer, Hibiki and the rest of his peers seemed much more childish. However, while Deer was usually very steady, there were times when his thoughts were a bit erratic, or even mischievous. Deer's physical skills were honed through experience. While traveling to find various materials for making aromas, it was inevitable that he would encounter situations where magic couldn't be used. At those times, he had to rely on his physical strength. Furthermore, Deer sometimes subconsciously trained his fighting skills, occasionally sealing his magic to battle magical beasts. With such experiences, how could Deer's physical strength not be strong? Hibiki and the other three had wanted to give Deer a beating through close quarters combat, only to find they had walked right into a trap. Deer clearly knew this would happen and didn't warn them, taking the opportunity to beat them up fair and square. Alright, that's it for today. It's getting late. Hibiki, you four go back to your rooms and rest. My mother has already tidied them up. There are still a few days before the master leaves for the council meeting, so we'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, okay X4. The next day, in the clearing on the mountain behind Deer's house, at the same spot as yesterday. Deer and the four others gathered together, sitting cross-legged on the grass. Through that battle yesterday, I've gotten a sense of your strength. Hibiki, Ren, Ivan, and Eve, you've all made great progress. Your magic accumulation has already surpassed most A-class mages, and is even comparable to S-class mages in some small guilds. However, your magic usage techniques and the power of your spells are still far from enough. Yesterday, I used flame wind to burn away the impurities in your magic, so your magic power should be a bit stronger than before. But that alone isn't enough. If you want to improve your strength, you need to develop more powerful and unique magic, or even master a secret art. A secret art is a move a mage comprehends by pushing their magic to its peak. A magic secret art can bring out a mage's magical characteristics and power to the maximum extent, and its power can rival any super magic. However, a secret art isn't that easy to release. In theory, every type of magic has its own secret art. But in Deer's memory of the original story, only dragon slayers ever used their magic secret arts. This is because a secret art is the most direct manifestation that a mage can use only after understanding the deepest essence of their magic, even needing to touch the point where their magic intersects with the source of the path of magic, the abyss of magic. And dragon slayers use magic that only giant dragons can use with a human body, fundamentally transforming their physical bodies toward that of a dragon. Although they bear the risk of dragonification, the longer a dragon slayer uses dragon slayer magic, the more their constitution resembles a dragon, allowing them to reach the abyss of magic and understand the essence of magic better than an average mage. After all, dragons are naturally high-level magical creatures capable of using magic. The more a constitution resembles a dragon, the more proficient they are in using dragon slayer magic, and the more they can unleash its power. So, in the original story, basically only dragon slayers could use magic secret arts. It was worth mentioning that each of Deer's aroma magic domains belonged to the secret arts of aroma magic. Because each aroma magic domain was a result of Deer's deeper research based on aroma magic, allowing him to touch its essence and utilize it to the maximum. Therefore, each of Deer's complete aroma magic domains possessed the power of super magic. Furthermore, under Deer's control and the support of his bottomless magic power, the power of each spell was far beyond the super tier. It could be said that in the entire magical world, these were the spells closest to the abyss of magic. It was no wonder Deer spent 7 whole years to truly perfect them and only obtained 6 complete aroma magic domains. A secret art. It's not as simple as you say, Deer. Even Senior Ichiya hasn't mastered a secret art yet, let alone us. You think everyone is a freak like you. Hearing Deer's words, Eve complained. Deer didn't care about Eve's complaint, he just smiled and continued. I know it's still difficult for you to master a secret art now, but you should head in this direction to understand your magic. Because only by understanding secret arts can you touch the most essential parts of your magic. And on this journey of researching secret arts, even a little bit of progress will give you a better understanding of your magic and allow you to better exert its most essential uniqueness. Naturally, the power of the magic you use will be much greater than before. Also, who said Uncle Ichiya hasn't mastered a secret art? As far as I know, Uncle Ichiya has already mastered one secret art belonging to his aroma magic and has now begun researching a second one. What? I didn't expect Teacher Ichiya to be hiding it so well. I knew it, Master Ichiya is amazing. As expected of Boss Ichiya, he's too cool. I admire Senior Ichiya more and more. Hearing the 4 different ways they addressed Ichiya, Deer couldn't help but complain, even though he was used to it. By the way, can't you 4 standardize how you address Uncle Ichiya? Hehe, that's because of Senior Ichiya's charm. To us, he's more than just a simple senior or teacher X4, the 4 replied in unison. Hearing their answer, Deer could only shrug and smile helplessly. But Deer knew in his heart what Ichiya meant to the four of them. Including Deer himself, they all respected Ichiya very much. Although Ichiya was usually a bit eccentric, he was always reliable at critical moments. Furthermore, Hibiki and the other three, and even Deer, could be said to have been guided and led by Ichiya from the day they entered the guild. It could be said that Ichiya was not only the guide for the five of them on the path of magic but also their most respected elder. So Deer could very much understand the feelings the four had for Ichiya, because he felt the same way. It was just that Deer usually didn't show it. Uncle Ichiya truly is a mage and elder worthy of respect. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.